We would like to introduce our lead judge for our Gilts show, Seth Keplinger from Springfield, Ohio. Seth is the owner and operator of Keplinger Farms, where his family runs 100-plus sow show pig operation consisting of crossbreds, Durocks, Hampshires, and Yorkshires. He also runs a small row crop farm with his father. Seth graduated from Urban University with a degree in middle childhood education in social studies and mathematics. He is judged in nearly 30 different states at all levels, including counties, jackpots, states, and national shows. Seth's hobbies include going to sporting events, watching his kids play sports, livestock shows, construction work, getting a cup of coffee, and discussing current events with his mom and doing life with his wife, Kinsey. Seth says his greatest accomplishment in life are his 3 kids, Ellie, Clara, and Clinton. We would like to introduce our associate judge for our Gilt show, Evan Henry from Springfield, Ohio. He is currently employed at Keplinger Farms, where he is the main feed consultant and herdsman, as well as a business partner on some crossbred sows with Keplinger Farms. Evan is attending Clark State University, majoring in ag business. Evan had a privilege of showing the Grand Reserve and 4th overall crossbred gilts at the Ohio State Fair, along with exhibiting the 4th overall purebred gilts as well. While in high school, Evan was also a decorated high school basketball player, earning first team all-county and one of the leading scorers in the area. Evan's future goals is to continue to establish himself in the swine industry and helping youth with their projects. Please give a round of applause for our judges today. When you arrive at the show ring, please make sure you have your pedigree with you.
Well, first off, what an honor and a privilege, and this thing, I've only been here about 20 minutes in first class in terms of the animals, the kids as they come out, the shadings, everything, just the way it's managed and set up, absolutely incredible. Makes us a show judge to get real excited for what we're going to have throughout the day. The ones still left out here, I think there's still quality, and I talked to Evan there, and I said, hey, some of these things can probably go there in a month or so and be able to creep up into the, as you get into OYE type of setting into your districts. Just here today, this is an awfully deep class. It's going to be fun to analyze them. Just maybe got a little more glaring holes. Thought the young man with the real shaggy haired one, real close to grabbing a pin there. It gets just a little shorter and steeper out of her hip. She'll get rock forward a little more in terms of blade set. Needs to open up in terms of her knee. Some of these others just got to be a little stouter at the surface when we talk about feature, but an absolutely incredible class. Kids, do not get your heads down. It's still early on in the season or midway through the season, so let's show these kids appreciation with a big round of applause as they leave us early.
They might have to tone me down a little.
We would like to take a moment to thank some of our sponsors. Event title sponsor, Sunglow. Showring sponsor, Nickel Genetics. T-shirt sponsors, Premium Blend Genetics. Backdrop photo sponsor, Primo Feeds. Ring shot photo sponsor, NNR Feed and Supply. Branding on Koba gloves, Lender Show Feeds. Announcer Screen sponsor, Bank of Western Oklahoma. Coba Breeders Lounge sponsor, Kennedy Sales and Kennedy Ventures. Gilt Show Division Champion Award sponsor, Hall-Schulte Genetics. Gilt Show Reserve Division Champion Award sponsor, Bank of Western Oklahoma. Barrow Show Division Champion Award sponsor, Bank of Western Oklahoma. Barrow Show Reserve Division Champion Award sponsor, Bank of Western Oklahoma. Breeder of a Division Champion Banner sponsor, also Bank of Western Oklahoma. Breeder of a Reserve Division Champion Banner sponsor, Bank of Western Oklahoma. And your Purebred York Barrow Show sponsor, Purebred Yorkshire Breeders of Oklahoma, MC3 Ward Show Pigs, Winter Circle Show Pigs, Dr. Mike Tripp, Barn Burner Genetics, Hall-Schulte Genetics, Todd Show Pigs, and Sweetgrass Livestock. Purebred Hampshire Barrow Show sponsor, Savage Genetics. Class winner and showmanship banners sponsored by C3 Designs. Please give a round of applause to all of our sponsors.
Well, I better earn my keep here today because we get in this first class at Berkshire's and absolutely lights out, in my opinion. And that's what I expect when you come into the state of Oklahoma and what you guys are able to do in being 4 leaders within the industry, being the forefathers of the show pig industry. So many people that I've admired. We get in this first class at Berkshire's and we're 7, 8 deep. And I told Evan, I said, hey, the one I got to put in 5 and 6, we'd go show any day of the week up through the Midwest, and I truly mean that. It comes down to a top pair, and I think just in terms of density, they're parallel in terms of bone and foot size. The longer the drive goes, you start studying them. Our class winner, yeah, she's ring sour out here, but still keeps motivation to her rear leg. Just her approach and step, I think, is excellent. I think when I'm able to decipher the pairs, when I get right up on top of them, I think she comes with more genuine shape and spread. She's got more turn to her loin edge. She's probably fuller out of the backside of her blade, and I think a very, very nice class winner to start us off with. Young lady comes out of the gate, and I pin that one right away. I like her elevation. I like the air up underneath her there as we talk her. Step off to the side of her there. She gets a little shorter and steeper about her hip, and like I stated there, as we compare to the class winner, doesn't come with the edge up high as our class winner, but still I think an excellent female, and just in terms of stoutness, density, all those things you admire about that particular gilt. The 1 and 3 I like in terms of moderation and size, height to length ratio, I think is very good. The longer I study this one, just how she's formulated up front in terms of just shoulder blade set, she's not as comfy up there the longer the drive goes. She's still got roundness of rib, back shape, all those things you like about her. I just needed to see her blade set be a shot better. Young lady's got one that I think so close, and I think in time, if this one can just do some right things, and I know she was starting to give the young lady just a little bit of fits because I like the shag, the extra density to her rear leg I think is excellent. It's when I step off to the side of her there, she gets a little shorter and steeper about her hip. She'll run downhill just a shot more for this particular guy, but I still think an excellent female when we talk about bulk and density. Young lady comes next, and I told Evan, I said, hey, if this thing's just a little bigger legged, I can run with them, because when they're built like that from the side, it'll get this show judge fired up, because she's motivated in terms of her reach and step. Her shoulder blade, I think, is absolutely excellent in terms of just where it lays in her body cavity. She's a naturally high-headed kind of gilt. It's just when you're comparing them to some of these out here, we got to intensify her in terms of just rear leg bone and front ankle and front foot, but I think an excellent one, especially as a sow prospect. Young lady comes out next. From the side, you get excited. It's when this one comes and goes is where she gets beat. She's just too knock-kneed for this particular guy. Is that view as she comes right at you, but I still think a quality animal. Young man comes out here next. He's got one, same song, different verse, and she too needs to be better in terms of her front knee. I like her look from the side. She's a little shorter and steeper about her upper hip as well. Young lady comes with one that's, probably the pound smaller, and that's not why we put her down the line there. Just a gilt that runs downhill, just way too much for this guy. I do like her moderation. I like her swoop to her midsection. She keeps her hock pretty in check there. We just got to elevate her and make her shot bigger in her kind to go any higher. The ones that go down here, just some little issues there. Young lady's got one, probably with the more predominantly black-headed one, too rock forward in terms of blade set. We just got to make her neckline tie better. Told the young lady there with the rainbow bow there, I said, hey, I like your gilt, love her from the side, like her swoop to her midsection there. I just got to fix her off of her left hind leg and where she wants to plant and drive. Young lady's got another one you like in terms of bone, shag, hair, needs to be better kneed, needs to just be more prolific from the side. Good class, fun class to analyze. Let's give those kiddos a round of applause as they head on out.
Yeah.
Class 2 Burt Gilts now entering the ring. Your results from Class 1 Burt Gilts. First place, Macy Waker from Wet Oak 4-H, bred by Goss Livestock. Second place, Macy Flowers from Tiscoma 4-H, bred by Winter Livestock. Third place, Aiden Collier from Elk City 4-H, bred by Goss Livestock. Fourth place, Violet Humphreys from Moreland 4-H. Fifth place, Cambry Bryant from Weatherford 4-H. Sixth place, Neely Prithard from Weatherford 4-H. Seventh place, Hayden Hubbard from Wagner 4-H. Eighth place, Tandy Winter from El Reno. Ninth place, Braxy Sharp from Wiscomis. 10th place, Tegan Winter from El Reno. 11th place, Addison Shipman from Wagner. We would like to thank our board members who help run and organize the show. Without them, this event would not be possible. Kyle Hicks, Tyler Ritchie, Nick Hofschulte, Jarrett Davis, Grant Wilbur, Ryan Seitz, Colton Blim, Kendall Whittington, Tim Heron, Tanner Winter, and John Mark Holt.
Well, I think another excellent class, and there's still quality still left out here. Me and Evan discussed the young lady there in the purple scarf, very, very close. I told him, I said, hey, that thing patterns excellently, and he said, hey, she's just not as stout in terms of just front ankle and rear leg size there as some of these that capture a pin, but we'd raise her up in terms of just where her front foot wants to set, but I still think a nice gilt that's very, very close. Young man's got a gilt. I love the shape and turn up high. I like the forearm, the rear leg size of that gilt. She just got to blend and combinate just a shot better, but still quality left out here. Here again, kids, don't get down on your projects. Let's put our hands together as these kids leave us early.
Thank you.
Oh, hold up, sweetheart. You don't want to drive out in the traffic.
Well, here again, an excellent class, and you know, it's good to bounce ideas off of somebody that I have the utmost respect in Evan, and somebody that, quite honestly, I spend most of my days with Evan, so probably more than my family members. So work with Evan every day, and I think he's been to the farm about 98 out of 99 days. So and he's there 8 to 12 to 15, 16 hours. So I got respect because I know he's talented. He's been as decorated in the gilt ring in Ohio as any showman in the last decade or so. So I'm going to bounce ideas off of him to get to these two, and this is where the story goes. I said, Evan, which one of these would you be the most mad if you got beat in this class? And he said, the young lady there off to the right of me. She's our class winner, comes out, demands your attention. That view in terms of just her sternum, base of her chest, knee to ground, I think is absolutely incredible. She reads with a dense rear leg, with a motivated rear leg. She's still got shape and turn. You know, she doesn't look 12 o'clock in her mid-body, maybe like our one that goes there in 2. She's stouter about her front ankle. She's more durable in terms of just her front foot set there. You know, and I told him, I said, hey, the only thing I can nitpick on this one is maybe length of body on that particular gilt. Get past that, I think she's very, very high quality. She looks like she's not a quitter. She looks like she's on her way up. Very nice class winner. Young lady's got one in terms of just stoutness, roundness of rib and full rib. I think is absolutely incredible. I think the reach and range off of her for packing that kind of heat is good. We start studying that one in terms of forearm size, front ankle, and foot. You can just go ahead and ding her there as you compare to the class winner. I don't call her frail by no means, but I still think a very, very nice one to be there in 2. Young lady's got one tricked out, you know, dressed to the nines, as they would say, in terms of skin and hair, presentation. She, too, needs to be stouter in terms of just front forearm, front ankle, and foot size, rear leg bone. Young lady's done an excellent job. I love when they're conditioned like this, just in terms of swoop to their midsection. We just got to stouten her up at the foundation of her skeleton. Young lady does an absolutely excellent job at 5 years old out here. And she is the best dressed one I've seen yet here today as well. So congratulations, that young lady. Compliments to her. Another one comes out, and as we talked this one and compared them, I said, hey, Evan, which one in 3 and 4? He said, hey, I think the one that goes 4 in this young man, just in terms of knee quality, little more swelling and not as clean in terms of her rear joints. If you like them bold and expressive up high, you can latch onto her and ride her. We just got to see her be better at the foundation of her skeleton. The one that comes out next, not dressed up, and I told Evan, I said, hey, that hog from the side is my kind in terms of being naturally tall-shouldered. She's got a big bendy rear leg to her. You know, she needs to be lengthened out of her upper hip. Probably needs to be just a shot better in terms of front knee. Young lady, I'd get that thing out in the sun. I'd tan that one because, hey, I think in 30 days, a guy can latch onto that one because the design look, she's got as much look out of front of her blade as any in this particular class. Young man comes with another one in terms of good shape and loin edge there, just too upright in terms of her shoulder blade. She'll get a little more Roman about her head there and just the crest line of her neck. Young fellow that comes out here next has got one I love in terms of design and presence. Needs more bulk and full rib. She's a little rounder about her pin set as well. Needs more width coming and going. As we go down the line here, hogs that offer us quality, you know, they got the bulk and density. They all 3 of them need to be better in terms of their front knee. Young lady's got one good in terms of moderation and stoutness. Needs to be better in terms of right rear hock and where she wants to place it. Good kind of class. Let's give those kiddos a big round of applause as they head out.
Congratulations to your Class 2 winner, first place, Haley Townsend from Tascoma, bred by Whittington Show Pigs. Second place, Kirby McConnell from Wellston, bred by 4C Show Pigs. Third place, Bryce Newscomb from Canute, bred by Goss Livestock. Fourth place, Noah Wilson from Kiefer. Fifth place, Daisy Prince from Shakota. Sixth place, David Clayton from Hera. Seventh place, Connor Inhoff from Prague. Eighth place, Maddie Hoffman from Morrison. Ninth place, Luke Binge from Tascoma. 10th place, Kylie Green from Purcell. Class 3 Bird Gilts now entering the ring.
good. And I always say I hate, letting some of these things go. And I know some of them, maybe this is their end point, but still quality animals still left out here. Young lady's got one that's real close. Love the density, love the bulk. Got to make that one just blend and combinate a shot better in the ham loin. Need to be better at the crest of her neck, elevator at the point of her shoulder. But that's still a good animal in terms of just reach and range, big forearm kind of gill, just those little things. Young lady's got one sharp dress from the side, too forward in terms of blade set. But let's give these kids a big round of applause. They head on out. more challenges, and I like our top five a great deal. And our class winner comes out, and I'll tell you this right away, I gravitate to kind that look like that from the side. That kind of shag, that kind of forearm, that kind of step and reach on that particular gilt, I think is incredible. They got that thing dressed up. She's sharp dressed. I mean, they got her mid part just parted up in terms of just a roll to her mid-rib there. I think it's incredible. Now, where I'm going to get critical on this gilt is, some of these kids, I can tell, they've been told, don't drive those pigs at that guy, okay? And I get that because I about tripped there, and that's hats off because people are doing their homework. They're being coached to do that. This gilt, as she comes right at you, she's not bad in terms of her front knee. She needs to be better in terms of her foot path and how she comes right at you. And that young lady knew that, and that's where I'm going to get more critical when we get her into this grand drive possibly there. I would like to lengthen her out of her upper hip, but boy, that thing does got intangibles. I love the swoop to her midsection. Hey, and that young lady can drive that thing to Oklahoma City and back. Very, very nice kind of class winner. I thought the one that comes in two, Evan stated to me, he said, hey, that thing's pattern look is absolutely incredible. And if you want to say, hey, she comes with more right at you, she's more appropriate in terms of just chest, knee to ground, I wouldn't disagree. I don't think she comes with as much density in terms of her front ankle and rear foot size as I compare them. I don't think she comes with as much roll to her mid-rib there, but that's still a very, very nice animal to be there in two. Young lady's got 1 and 3, and I know she was giving her fits. That's a big hog, and as you break that one down, I like the naturalness to that particular gilt. I like her added size. I like her added elevation there. You get to breaking her down. You'd like to elevate her at the point of her shoulder. You'd like to lengthen her out of her hip, set her shoulder blade back. But I do like that one in terms of just that view. She goes right away from you. She's got a big loose rear leg about her that you like. And unfortunately, the gilt just kind of begins to give her fits, and you can start to flaw her just a shot more there. The young lady comes out next, and she's got one you like in terms of just forearm size, stoutness of noggin. Needs to be better in terms of front knee and just where her shoulder blade sets, and relative to her skeleton there. We'd also blend her just a shot better in terms of her ham loin, but still a very nice one to be there in 4. Young fella comes out here in 5 with a quality kind of one. When we talk about just bulk and density, she's got to be better in terms of her front knee, and she too has got to be just stouter. As much as she's got up high, I'd stout her in terms of just her front ankle and foot size. Young lady's got one that's good looking, runs out of horsepower and swoop to the midsection when you compare it to the ones ahead of her, but still a good animal from just the presence and design. Young lady's got a very, very nice one in terms of look, design as well. We need more in the middle portion of that one, skeleton. She needs to relax in terms of just her mid-spine there. As we go down the line, good hogs in their own right. We got some skeletal issues, whether need to be stouter, whether they need to be just better in terms of just how they go to the surface. Good kind of class. Let's give those kids a big round of applause as they head back.
I thought somebody told me 10. Guys don't have a lag. We can send a text. We can get one up here.
All in the Class 1 of the Berkshire Division is Macy Walker. Second in that class was Macy Flowers, and third went to Aiden Kohler. Beating them all in Class 2 Berkshires is Haley Townsend. Second in that class was Kirby McConnell, and third went to Brylan Newcomb. And coming out of you just completed Class 3 Berkshires is Hadley Davis. Second in that class went to Bailey Weeks, and third went to Taylor Breedlove. Give all of your class-winning Berkshire exhibitors a round of applause.
These class winners for your champion Burke Drive. Hey, we got a good crowd, and that's what it's all about. And I know the guys in the Southwest, always get after it for these kiddos, and that's very, very admirable. That guys need to, take note of a show like this that's very young and adolescent in its stage, but of high quality. And they, much like these Burks, and to describe them real quick, because I know as somebody that does this as a living, you want to kind of get in the guy's head and hear what they're thinking. And as me and Evan discussed them, and to describe them real quick, a young lady comes out of that middle class, and we talked that one in terms of her view up front. I think is absolutely incredible. She still needs to be a little bit greener in terms of just the shape and spread out the backside of her blade, but that's okay because we're in a female setting here, and sometimes we don't have to have abundance of stuff, but and she's still got range and reach. I talked to her in class, just to make that one balance and proportion to me that much more better than the rest. I'd just shorten her in terms of just the length of her body, just to make her look more appropriate from a length to height ratio. Our bad attitude one comes out of class 1, and I told Evan, I said, hey, that thing's got as much shoe shape up high, as dense of a rear leg, and it stays in check. She is squealed the whole time, and she'd make you take a bottle of ibuprofen out here to just get past that, or put some headphones in, but get past all that, that's good. I mean, she's got awesome swoop to her midsection. I told Evan, I said, hey, we'd like to probably clean her up at the crest of her neck, but that's still a very, very good animal that looks like a very high quality Berkshire Gilt. The one comes out of class 3, absolutely love and admire in terms of just her presence, her skin and hair and presentation, big dense rear leg that stays motivated. We question that one in class, just her width as she comes right at you in terms of just her footpath at the surface. You'd also want to lengthen her out in terms of just her upper hip there, but I still think a very, very good one. That's how we see these three. It becomes down to, which ones. We're going to go ahead and discuss these one more time and get you a champion Burke. ahead and shake the hands of the top 5 or top 10, what have you. A young lady comes out, and we taught that one in class, resembled our class winner, just in terms of, having those extras and staying motivated to her rear leg. She's a bulky, stout one up high there. Talk to her in class. You'd intensify her, you'd exaggerate her a shot more, and just in terms of front arm and front ankle size. There was another one we thought, just in terms of having that kind of stoutness up high, genuine shape, awesome turn to just her loin edge there. Wasn't maybe just as put together up front in terms of shoulder blade set, and just starting to get, awfully ring sour out here, but we can't leave her out much longer. Young lady right here will be reserved. Congratulations to her.
Congratulations to Macy Walker for Reserve Grand Champion Berkshire Gilt, bred by Goss Livestock.
Young lady comes out and obviously demands your attention, and hey, she wasn't scared. She wanted to show me the chest of that particular gilt, and rightfully so, because that thing is very, very good in terms of just the base of her chest, knee to ground, no deviation. Then you step off to the side of her there. She's got a stout noggin, more character to her lower jaw, as Evan alluded to, than the one that goes in 2. I call her 2. She's more aggressive in terms of just the turn to her loin edge there, and I think she just blends just a shot better than the 1 and 2 in how she wants to hook up in her ham loin. I think they'll wash when you step in behind them because I think they're both very, very high quality. Young lady comes out, and I love, and I'll talk about it today, I love when they're motivated to the rear leg, when their range and reach is like that. That'll get this guy fired up, and that particular gilt does that, and that's why she gets to the top, because she's still got bulk and dimension. I didn't see her being quite as edged up as our class winner there. I didn't see her blending just quite as well on her ham loin, but that's still a very high quality one. Very unique one in 3 lies here, and I needed to work this one up because of that view. Her toe quality is, to me, is absolutely incredible. When I step off to the side of her is where I probably get a little more critical of this particular gilt. She'll flatten in her forehead there. She'll wash out just a shot in terms of her top line, but she does got a big dense rear leg as she leaves you. I could see that one, when you go to the big show at the city there, being able to gather some friends and have a payday because that thing has intangibles when we talk bone and foot size. I thought the 1 and 4, just balanced, proportionate, good animal in my opinion. As you get to studying her there, I'd clean her up in terms of her rear hocks. I like her stoutness. She also needs to be elevated at the point of her shoulder. Young lady that comes out here next has got one that's very good in terms of balance and design and look from the side there. She comes with stoutness of rear leg, big chested kind of gilt. She just needs more swoop to her midsection there. She needs more heart, but that's still an intriguing one that I like to put there in 5. The 1 and 6 I like things about too, just in terms of having some extra density, just the texture to her hair there. You start studying her off to the side there, and maybe comes with a little more of a Yorkshire appearance with her ears, and that's not why I ding her down there, but in this particular setting, she's got to be better in terms of her length of her hip, how she ties, plants, and hinges off of her rear too. Same can be said with the young lady's gilt that comes out here in 7. I like her added size and elevation of that particular gilt. She just gets too robotic in terms of her approach to the surface and how she wants to hinge out of her upper hip. As we go down the line here, we got some hogs that got some quality, maybe come with a little more glaring issues and how they want to blend and combinate, like the young lady's gilt. Young man's got a nice one that needs to be stouter in terms of front ankle. Young lady's got one that we love in terms of skin and hair. Body composition, absolutely excellent. We got to make that one better skeletally in terms of just shoulder blade set. Good class, fun top pair. Give those kiddos a round of applause as they head out. I think from the word go, the young man's gilt comes out here and demands your attention right away to be that exaggerated in terms of rear leg size, forearm, front ankle, and then as you study her there, I call her front pastern set, ideal rear pastern. To me, she looks like she's got generator indicators written all over her. She's a big backed one. The critics will say, hey, just in terms of the crest line of her neck up front there, get past that. I'm not going to single trade them, from that aspect in this particular class. I think a very nice class winner. I thought the 1 and 2 probably was the watered down version of our class winner in terms of bulk and dimension, sweep to her midsection. I'd like to see her tie just a little better in terms of just her top line. You could elevate her at the point of her shoulder there. I thought her shoulder blade set was better than the one that goes in 3. I like things about the gilt in 3 in terms of that view, in terms of toe quality, front pastern strength, and as we study her there, longer there, just her blade in terms of where her blade is, sets in her skeleton there, and as you compare, she runs out of some bulk. I do think, 30 days down the road there, that thing will have plenty of friends at the big show, and that's why I admire that particular gilt. The 1 and 4 you love in terms of pattern, design, and look, and Evan came over to me and he said, I know you like that one in terms of her presence, and I do. I love the shape and aggressive turn that she's got to her loin edge. It's that view. She comes right at you. She needs to be better in terms of her front knee. I do like her range and reach and step as well. Young lady's got one next that comes in 5 and so close to being an elite show pig, and I don't think by any means is she a throwaway. Do I think she's a breeding piece? Absolutely, because I love her forearm, I love her front ankle size. As you get to studying and breaking her down there, she needs to just have more out of the backside of her blade. We need to strengthen her in terms of just her front feet there. She's not as exaggerated and bold in the mid portion of her skeleton there, but she's still a quality kind of animal with a big dense rear leg. The 1 and 6, good pattern, good design, and I'll put more hogs in the middle portion of these classes like this because I like their design. I still think they have long-term value as sow prospects because their skeletons are going to allow them to be like that. To me, she obviously needs to be intensified in terms of arm, front ankle, front foot size, and rear leg bone, but she's still a quality animal from a presence, design, and look. Still can make the next generation better. Young lady comes out with a gilt that you like, just in terms of having that extra shag, that extra stoutness. She comes with some more glaring skeletal issues, just in terms of length of hip, shoulder blade set. I talked to these kids individually down the line there and told them where their projects needed to be better. Young lady's got one that needs to be better in terms of her top line. You like her boldness and bulkiness in terms of mid portion, but let's give these kids a big round of applause as they head on back. Chester Gilts, and we get to this top pair, to fight there for Grantham Reserve, and me and Evan came together and discussed them there real quickly. I think it's close. I think one, just in terms of blending and combining front knee set and that view, probably just offers more genuineness. That's a young lady out of the first class. She'll be champion. Congratulations to her.
Your champion Chester Gilt was Ember Bell. We now need Carly Gwynn in the ring to show for reserve.
That young lady comes out that was second in that class, and we talked that pair. I thought an excellent top pair. She comes out, she has the same just balance and proportions and parallel to our champion in terms of design and look. I talked to her in class. I didn't think she was as aggressive in terms of just her shape up high. I think her motivation, just her blend and combination. I like her second best. Congratulations to that young lady.
Your reserve breed champion, Chester Gilt, is Carly Gwynn from Porter, bred by Gortney Show Pigs.
A young man comes out, and that top trio, and I talked about that one in class. That view, as she comes right out at you in terms of toe quality, stoutness, strength of front pastern. I talked to her in class. I didn't think she was quite as bold up high. She stays motivated. She stays comfortable out here as we compare it to the other one. I like her third best. Congratulations to that young man.
Congratulations.
I always say that, I think red hugs from top to bottom, from first place to last place in a class, are probably the best breed. And there's not as much sort from top to bottom. We still got quality animals out here that, so many times this is a breed that we do concentrate on at home with Eli, and so many times red gilts. So for you kids, this goes to you kids that are going to leave us a little early. Don't get your heads down because, just little tweaks that you can make when you guys go to a big show here in a few days or 30 days or what have you. Those are things that you can work on and tweak on. I still think there's quality out here, maybe not as memorable as the ones that catch pins yet quite here today. Some of them need to be a little stouter in terms of their feature, maybe have a little more presence there from the side, but I still think quality animals that just still need to maybe come into their own. Let's give these kids a round of applause as they leave us early. Good job. when we let some of those pigs out early, a breed that I got much respect for. Our top trio, I think, are very, very good, and then our class winner, in my opinion, non-negotiable. Just from the aspect of length to height ratio, I think absolutely incredible. You can set her in a bull ring, you can set her in a bear ring, you can put her in a gilt ring. That's quality livestock, in my opinion. Everything fits and matches, forearm size, front foot quality, range and reach. I think a very, very nice one to go ahead and win this class. A durable looking sow prospect lies in 2 for me. I love her forearm. I love her front ankle. I love the strength to her front pastern there. Then you study her rear leg. That's a big, dense rear leg that remains motivated out here. You say, why do you beat her? Young lady, I know you're trying to hide that chest view just a little bit there. And, you know, I don't call it atrocious by no means. Doesn't come with the same bold demeanor as our class winner. She'll get a little easier in her top line. But I think from a sow prospect, that thing looks absolutely incredible. Young lady that comes out here in 3, I love the elevation. I love the presence. I love the high head carriage in this particular gilt. It's that view as she comes at you, her deviation to her front knee and where her shoulder blade sets and relative to her skeleton. I get a little more critical on her. You can say, hey, she's better in terms of her top line than the 1 and 2. I don't think she's as bold in the middle portion of her skeleton. Doesn't rock with the dense rear leg as those 2 ahead of her, but I still like in terms of presence, design, and look. Young man's got a very neat one that lies in 4, and I love the stoutness. She looks like a long-term sow prospect just in terms of that aspect. To me, doesn't come with as much presence, and then I'd change her up front in terms of just the way she wants to go. She's a little more rock forward in her shoulder blade set. We get her down to the surface in terms of where she wants to put her front toes. I'd make her shot better there as well. Young lady comes out next, and I told Evan, I said, hey, front 2/3, I can ride a long way with this one because I love her presence, her design, and look from the side. It says she comes and goes right at me, and as she leaves me, she's just not as correct in terms of the shape of her rear hump and the deviation to her front knee. Young lady's got another one, bold, stout, and some guys are going to latch onto him like this. To me, she comes with a little more glaring issues. I'd lengthen her out of her hip. I'd set her back in terms of her shoulder blade set, and then at the same time, the longer the drive goes, she's just not as, she's a little more hesitant, a little more robotic in terms of her movement. Young man's got a real, real good one, and Evan said, hey, we got to get that one in, and he knows me because in terms of presence, look from the side, in this particular setting class, you know, she doesn't come with the density in terms of front ankle, forearm, and foot size, but she's a quality gilt in terms of design, look, presence, all those things check the boxes. As we go down the line here, hogs that just need more product. I like them in terms of design, look, pattern. I think they're good sow prospects from that aspect. They just need more density. They need more time on feed. And there again, much like you kids that stand in 8, 9, and 10, don't get your heads down because you got some more shows to go to where you can prove this show judge wrong. Congratulations, those kids. Excellent class. Let's give those kiddos a round of applause. Another good class, a little more variation, and maybe the ones that don't just come right out and punch you, but they're still quality. Young man there going across right there. He's got a good deal from the side, and I love the bend to her rear leg. I love the just natural height of her shoulder blade. As you compare to the ones that catch pins there, she's just not as inflated in terms of the midsection there. I'd make her more bulky in terms of just, the lower 1/3 of her body cavity there. Young man's got one that's got more body cavity to her. We need to just crisp that one up in terms of shape, edge her out in terms of pin set there. Young lady's got one that's a little quicker in terms of maturity. Young lady, I could never get there in the center of the ring with the big gilt, like the rear 2/3 of that hog. I study her up front. She gets a little heavier headed there. She gets a little more forward about her blade set, and in turn there, just does an approach and gets a little more robotic about her movement up front. Good class here again, kids. Do not get your heads down. Let's show these kids appreciation with a big round of applause. They head on back. I think an interesting class, and a class that I think an interesting class, and you know, a class that comes with maybe a little more challenges, and things just don't line up quite as quick and as orderly as that first class we had. I think we're very, very comfortable with our class winner and the young lady here directly in front of me. To me, that just looks like a good red sow. Just in terms of, you know, depth of body there, I think it's incredible. She paints a good picture from the side. You know, I'm not going to tell you she comes with the wildness and that kind of, you know, presence that we all want to, you know, describe in adjectives and all that, but that's good livestock in my opinion. Her step and reach is very good. She's pliable in her midsection. You know, I thought just relative to the 1 and 2, I thought just where the angle of her shoulder blade sat and front knee was a shot more secure and more ideal in my opinion. I like things about the 1 and 2. I love her length to height ratio, and that's where she beats the ones for me in 3 and 4 from a balance perspective. You want to say she's a little sharper in terms of just lower jawline. I wouldn't disagree with you. I didn't see her coming with as much just stoutness of her front ankle and foot size as our class winner, but that's still a very nice one to be there in 2. 1 and 3, you know, is one that, you know, with maturity and time can, you know, probably get on up there because I love the stoutness of forearm. I love that one's noggin. She's got a generator head about her there. It's just when you step off to the side of her in terms of height to length ratio, I think she plays out a little bit. And then you get right up on top of that particular gilt. I don't see her being quite as bold out of the backside of her blade as those 2 right directly ahead of her. But that's still a quality animal. That young man I wouldn't give up on. I'd keep working hard and brushing on that one. When it comes out in 4, I love just in terms of, you know, having an extra shag and swag to her about her presence. She's a neat-headed gilt. I come over to Evan and he said, hey, just her, you know, her height there as you compare. I'd put a little hair underneath her there. I'd elevate her at the point of her shoulder. Of the top 4, I thought she was maybe the frailest about her front ankle and front foot, but that look from the side is very, very memorable. That's still a high-quality kind of gilt to be there in 4. Young man comes out in 5, and it's that view as he comes right at you is where he gets beat, and then you study her from the side there. She'll push forward a little more on her blade set. She'll get a little more easy in her top line, and, you know, that's being critical on a good animal because there's stuff I like about her in terms of just her range and reach off of her rear 2. I call her an ideal breeding hog type of hip scenario there. It's just she's got to be better as she comes right at you. Young fellow that comes out next, you can say, hey, this one is better in terms of boldness of chest, squareness of front knee is the one ahead of him. I thought that one was more bland in terms of muscularity and shape. She flattens the most in terms of just her roll to her mid-rib and mid-body there. I just need to see more substance in the middle portion of that one, skeleton, to go any higher. From the side, you can get pretty fired up on the 1 and 7. It's the view as she comes at you there in terms of shoulder blade placement, front knee, front ankle size just needs to be better on that particular animal. The young kids that come out here next, they got quality animals and they differentiate in terms of type and kind. Young lady out front there has got one that you love from the presence standpoint, needs more width. Bubble Blades has got one that I think just good animal. And she's one that needs to go in a sow lock because she's comfortable, she's sound. Young man's got an extreme piece. And some guys are going to latch on to those kind. For me, we got to make her better skeletally. When we talk about angles of her skeleton, we just got to make her be able to get out and go, and her front knee needs to be better. Good class, fun class to analyze. Give those kiddos a big round of applause. last class of Durocs, I believe. I think they told me there was 3, and we've taken a little more time than sometimes going 8, 9, 10, and I was kind of informed before the show that you guys do a point system, and they mean something, and it always means something for kids. I know when we first started going to national shows, and if my 17-year-old, when he was 5 and 6, hey, if he could be 5th or 6th at the Summer Spectacular, he was pumped. So, I know they mean something. We're taking a little more time on them. We're getting this last class of Durocs and maybe starting to show a little more wear and tear as we get to these upper weights here in terms of just where their skeletons, how they want to hinge and plant. But still, kids, keep your heads up, keep working hard. Let's show these kids appreciation with a big round of applause as they leave us.
What do you think about her?
She just needs more
Well, there again, I apologize for taking more time, but, these two are the most memorable, the most timeless in this particular class, in my opinion. Just from a standpoint of checking all the boxes, there's one and third we'll talk about here in a minute that I find very, very unique. But our class winner probably just comes with more bulk, more density in terms of just spread and width and genuine shape up high than the one that goes in two. The critics will say, hey, is she as sharp looking up front as the one that goes in 2 and 3? Probably not. But at this particular size and weight, young lady loaded up to come to Tulsa to OBSE to probably win a pig show. And, that gilt to me checks so many boxes. Looks like a long-term South prospect in my opinion. Very, very nice kind of class winner. Young man's that goes in 2, to me looks like this one's just not ready yet for the big dance. In terms of just skin and hair and presentation, get past all that. She's a little duller about her skin tone there. There's things I like about this one. You can argue and say, hey, her blade sets maybe a little better than our class winner. She may be a little more sharp dressed about her skull and jawline. Get up on top of her, analyze her in the midsection of her body is where I become more critical on her. I just don't think she's ready to dance quite as big here today. But hey, I think that one in 3 to 4 weeks can be an absolute hammer because she's motivated to her rear leg. She's comfy in her step, up front and out back. Very nice one to be there in 2. A very expensive looking one lies in 3, and I looked right over to Evan because I know what these 19 to 25-year-olds love to see, and it's animals that are built like this. She looks expensive. She's, choke neck, long neck, got big hair, all those things. She's aggressive in the shape of her turn. You say, why do you beat her? I beat her because I need to set her shoulder blade back into her relative to her skeleton, and then when you analyze that one up top and you get up over top of her, doesn't come with as much bulk, as much roll to her midrib. But hey, you got some time, young lady. I'd be padding on that one and getting that one ready for the big show because I think you got a payday coming your way. Young man that comes out in 4, I like things about this gilt. I think she's basic, fault-free in so many aspects. Gives you an awesome look from the side. Doesn't come with the density, the wow features of those ahead of her in terms of just front ankle size and foot size. You start analyzing that one from behind. I'd exaggerate her rear foot and rear ankle just a shot more, but that's a bulky, dense, long-time, good kind of South prospect. Young man comes out here next, and we work this one up because, like Evan said, this one's got neat pieces. Rear 2/3 of her gets you real excited when she pushes and plants, gives you an awesome look from the side. It's her 3/4 view and coming right at you, and as she comes directly at you, just not as good in terms of her knee column there. But young man, I still think he got a very, very nice one. Maybe the best 5th place hog that we've got to analyze yet here today. Young man comes out with another one that's a little more upright and her shoulder blade set there. I like her, length to height ratio. We just got to see her be more motivated up front. She's got to come with more comfort in how she wants to plant and drive out of her blade, but still a high quality animal. Young lady comes out here next. Big toes, big bones that quickly you analyze and gravitate to. You get to studying that gilt. She'll play out a little bit in this particular setting in terms of just needing more, in terms of just the lower 1/3 of her body cavity. She gets a little edgy in terms of where her hock placement goes. I talk to these kids in 8, 9, and 10. They got good quality animals down here, probably a little more glaring holes in terms of knee and just the way they want to hinge and playing off the rear too. Very fun class to analyze. Let's give those kiddos a big round of applause as they head out. Got a good crowd here, so let's put our hands together for these three young ladies that we have out here in the Duroc division. I've told you I've thought the Durocs are good, and me and Evan get to debate with Eli at home because him and Eli are very, very good friends, and this is a breed that I admire, have a great deal of respect for, and sometimes we talk about them, trying to sell them as babies compared to those crosses, and I always tell them, or at least we debate with Evan a little bit, like maturity. Once they get mature, these things are good, and they've been absolutely excellent throughout the three classes here. There's a little bit of discussion for champion. I think all three of them are good, but as we get all three of these back out here, one came here to Tulsa today at the OBSE to win a big pig show. Young lady, you got it. Congratulations.
Your breed champion, Duroc Gilt, goes to Kennedy Clark from Minko, bred by Winter Livestock. We now have Ellie Wright in the ring, showing for reserve.
Young man comes out and discussed that one just moments ago and talked about her view coming at you. Love her shoulder blade set for a red one. Her extra motivation to a rear leg I think is excellent. I talked to her in class. I didn't think she came with as much bulk, as much spread and width as our champion, but hey, she's got enough to be reserved. Congratulations to that young man. I think he gets a little tougher. And young lady on the far side, you can just park that thing for just a second. Don't work her up anymore. I think he gets tough between, the trio that are still out here. And like I stated, I know it means something to get in the top 5 of your breed wherever you go, whether it's your state fair, national show, what have you. As we talk them and break them down, I told Evan, I said, hey, there's 2 of them that are on the way up. That are on the way up and come with some intriguing pieces, maybe some more outlier type of features but in this particular setting, I think one just checks the boxes in terms of bulk, density, still stout, maybe not as wild looking, but we like her third best. Young lady right there, she's got her. Congratulations to her. Been awfully good. The one that's going to end up being 4th out, like I said, young lady, I'd hold on tight and get ready for a payday here in about 30, 40 days because there's one that looks very, very expensive. I said I'd set her back in her shoulder blade. I'd bulk her up in terms of just her mid-body and roll to her center rib there, but I can't leave her out much longer. Right there's your 4th out. Congratulations. and see how she stacks up when we get her into the pures, because that build, that design, that presence, that skull shape, that view as she comes at you, I think is absolutely excellent. And then to have an Angus cow hind leg to her, I think is absolutely extraordinary as well. Very, very nice champion. Congratulations to that young lady. I thought the woman that's going to be reserve of this deal still offers us quality in terms of width as she comes and goes. She stays more comfort, just in terms of her reach and range. She's still fresh and shapely in terms of her, just the edge lines that she's got. Very, very nice one to be there in reserve. Big, bulky, stout one comes in 3, and you like those things about her there. We got to make her a little more easy in terms of just her approach to the surface, make her a shot more comfortable. I didn't think she came with as much presence of our top 2, but still a good one. The one that comes in 4, you like in terms of pattern, design, and look from the side. She just needs to be intensified in terms of bulk, bone, those kind of things, but still gives you a good pattern from the side. Good class. Let's put our hands together for those Hampshire exhibitors as they leave us. I think a fun division, fun breed to analyze because, they're working their way up, especially up through the Midwest there with popularity. And now we go to some of these shows and state fairs and national shows, and we got more Herefords than we do Hampshires. I never thought I'd see the day, but we do have quality within this drive, and no doubt the one that demands your attention, young fella there off to the left of me, he's got our champion Hereford. I think just in terms of stoutness, taking that particular breed, in terms of offering more bone and foot, still more spread and width, get critical on her, maybe blade set, you can harp on her a little bit, but for this particular breed to have that kind of intangibles, I think very, very impressive. Between 2 and 3, reserve and third overall, I think it was a little closer. I asked that young lady, I don't know if I've ever seen a color pattern like that, to be that dark up front and then light out back. Kind of fun thing to analyze there on that particular gilt. As we compare to our champion, she doesn't come with the density and stoutness of rear leg. She is one, I think, as you compare to 3 there, just from a balance perspective from the side, she'll flatten in her back better there. In her top line, she opens up with great shape and width, just as you compare to the champion, doesn't come with the bulk and density. You could almost say, as you compare 2 and 3, I'd almost argue and say, hey, are they litter mates? Because they're very similar in terms of their type and kind. Width up front, width out back, very good. They're aggressive in terms of their top shape and turn. They got awesome road to their mid-rib. As I compare those two, like I stated, I don't see this one being quite as good in terms of her top line and just side profile there, but still a good quality kind of hog there. Young man comes out next, and I like the blend and combination of this one from the side as well as any. I think her hookup lines are as good as any in the drive. It's just she becomes more hesitant, more robotic in terms of her approach to the surface. Maybe just a little, a little more quick stepping, a little shorter and steeper about her hip there. Young man comes out with another one that catches, kind of gets put in that middle slot there, like we've stated today. Doesn't have the extras in terms of bone and foot size, a little more, emaciated out of the backside of her blade there. But I still think a good pattern kind of gilt, just needs those extras, that horsepower that those ahead of her. Young lady's got one bigger outlined kind of gilt, needs to be better and coordinated off of both ends of her skeleton, just becomes more hesitant in terms of her approach up front. As we go down the line here, we can start letting these things out. They offer some uniqueness, like the one that comes next, needs to be better hocked. This one needs to be stouter featured, needs to be more robust in terms of center body there. We go down to the last two there, just simply got to be stouter at the foundation of their skeleton. Good class, interesting top trio. Give those kiddos a big round of applause.
Good job, little lady. Evan's going to eat his chips. Where'd you guys get those chips at? They had them at Holland. You've been keeping up with all this blogging stuff? Trying to?
Let's put our hands together. Only one class, so we got your champion and reserve in here. These kids deserve it. Let's put our hands together for them. You know, I think a good top pair of them, especially here at the top end, and as you break them down and analyze them, you know, they're similar in terms of just posture, style. One just blends and combines, probably a little taller at the point of her shoulder. Looks like a lady up front. Young man, you got it. Congratulations. That's your champion Landrace. I asked this fella here, hey, I love when them kids that got it going on. He came right on out, and I said, hey, how'd you do in showmanship yesterday? He said, I was second. So must have been a pretty good one to beat him because he does an excellent job of getting that thing driven. I like that gilt in terms of muscularity, length off of both ends of her skeleton. You just analyze her from the side. She'll run downhill just a shot more than our champion. Just doesn't blend quite as yet. I think with maturity and time, that one can be very, very good in a big-time setting. The ones that come in 3 and 4, you like the young man's gilt. You like things about her. Good sweep to her midsection. Needs to be a little better in her top line. Young man's got one. Probably comes with as much bulk and shag and stoutness. Just got to blend and combine. She'll run downhill. She gets a little shorter and steeper about her hip. A little less unmotivated about her hind leg. Good class. Let's give those kiddos a round of applause as they head out. Thank you. Good job. obviously lots of numbers, and they told me there was 26 of them, and I thought we were going to have 2 different classes maybe, but obviously we brought them all into one, and there's still some quality left out here, just to kind of, put some highlights together of some of those that are still left out here. Young lady here that came out late, let's just park your pig in the corner. We'll rework that one out of the top 13 or 14 there. The young lady there going right there, that gets very, very close to catching a pin, and I like things about her. I think in this particular setting, she comes with a little more quicker maturity pattern than I term ideal at this stage of the game. But, in terms of the barrel ring, you can work that one up there because she's round rib, moderate in terms of her frame. She needs to tie in better out of her hand loin. Shoulder blade needs to set better. Some of these that are still left out here, maybe a little more dollar in terms of their look and presence up front, but still quality animals. You guys still can go to your county fairs, OYE, what have you. So keep showing these things. Let's show these kids appreciation with a big round of applause as they leave us. of the initial 26. And just to talk these real quick, obviously the depth in here of quality is very, very good. I guess some of these ones that are still left out here maybe come with a little more glaring issues. Gilt going across the ring there gives you an awesome look from the side. Needs to be intensified in terms of just front ankle and foot size there. One here going, I love her body composition there. Needs to be better as she goes directly away. This one here, awesome in terms of muscularity and shape. Needs to be stouter in terms of her front ankle. Needs a blade set to be better. And then as you watch that one, just needs to blend and combine a shot better. Young lady's done an excellent job. Compliments to her on skin and hair. That one just gets too straight off of both ends of her skeleton there. But a good class. Let's give those kids a round of applause as they leave us early. Put our hands together for your guys' champion pull and drive out here. Come on, you guys can do better than that. These kids deserve it. Let's put our hands together for them. There we go. I knew you Okies had it in you. Excellent class of pull-ins, and obviously, my wingman here to the side of me. We don't have this breed at home. It's probably a breed that we don't, pay a lot of attention to, but it's been quality all the way down through. We had 26 of them, reworked to 14, and they come in different shapes and sizes. But no doubt, our champion is the combination between the 1s and 2 and 3. Offers us some stoutness. That thing in terms of her blend and combination, and there again, I think this young man can absolutely drive the wheels off of it. He can go to Oak City and back. He can come to Springfield, Ohio and back, because that thing has got the extra motivation to her rear leg, the way she hinges and plants and drives, and just how everything fits and molds together there. Very, very nice champion pulling gilt. Our main debate was between 2 and 3, and here again, pick them how you like them. And I told Evan, I said, at times this one and 2 is almost, I know we talk about wanting bendy rear legs and all that, but almost at times it almost looks like she just bends it too much, almost got too much set there, because she don't want to flex quite as well in terms of a rear pastern. As we compare them between 2 and 3, I think her range and reach is better. She does come with ample amount of stoutness to her rear leg bone than the one that goes there in 3, and that's how we're able to kind of decipher that pair. This one comes out, and young lady's got her, looking the part in terms of being tall-shouldered, elevated. You like all those things about her. She's ready to go, and I'm sure when the young lady loaded this thing up, she's like, hey, I'm not going to be third overall pulling gilt. I'm going to be up in that top spot, and there's things I admire about that gilt. I love her length to height ratio. I love that she's a bigger, elevated kind of gilt. The more I get to studying her, she's a little more hesitant, doesn't just push and reach off of the rear two. You study her up front in terms of blade set, knee set, not as ideal as those ahead of her, but still a quality animal. The 1 and 4 looks like she's not ready to win a big pig show yet, but I like her in terms of her look and presence. She's probably as close from the side as our champion as any. You watch her come right at you there is where I begin to really harp on her in terms of just her footpath. I would like to see her just come with more width underneath there. And as you get to studying her, she doesn't have the bulk and stoutness in terms of just her forerib and roll to her midrib as those ahead of her. Not a bad thing, because I'm sure this young lady knows what she's got in 30 days, because that one in terms of look from the side, absolutely deadly in my opinion. Young man's got one. If you like them stout, dense, bold, you can latch onto this one and roll her up a little further. For these guys, doesn't come with the presence, the look, the height, the shoulder, gets a little steeper about her upper hip there, but still got quality. When we talk density, roundness of rib, swoop to a midsection, I think very, very good. Young lady's got one in terms of presence, design, look, that view coming right at you. Front 2/3 gets this guy excited. I start studying the rear third of that one, skeleton. I'd lengthen her about her hip. I'd make her blend and combine a shot better in terms of how she wants to tie in her ham loin. Young fella's got one. There again, I like in terms of size and elevation. Looks like a good sow prospect. Needs to blend and combine. She'll get a little easier in her top line. Blade set gets a little more forward there, but still a quality animal. Young lady's got one, the extra shaggy haired one, and I want to work ones up like this. And I root for kids that have taken the extra time and effort to get skin and hair absolutely perfect, absolutely dialed in and dressed up. It's just when I start breaking this one down from a skeletal standpoint, I need to see that one bigger in her kind. I'd lengthen her out of her cannon bone. I'd lengthen her about her hip. Young lady's got two very nice gilts as well. Just don't look like they're ready to go to war yet quite here today, but still high quality animals. Let's put our hands together for an excellent pull and drive for these kiddos.
Class 1 Spot Gilts now entering the ring. Your results from your Poland show. Breed champion Poland Gilt goes to Bray Wright from Wacomas, bred by Ritchie Livestock. Reserve champion Poland Gilt goes to Macy McCrae from Muskogee, bred by Todd Showpigs. Third overall Poland Gilt goes to Mason Olson from Oologah, bred by McPherson Showpigs. Fourth overall Poland Gilt goes to Jessica Lenz from Blanchard. Fifth overall Poland Gilt goes to Tabor Winter from El Reno. Sixth overall Poland Gilt goes to Haley Phillips from Stillwater. Seventh overall Poland Gilt goes to Cale Bishop from Yukon. Eighth overall Poland Gilt goes to Tristan Nelson from Coweta. Ninth overall Poland Gilt goes to Kayla Green from Purcell. And 10th overall Poland Gilt goes to Kendall Gwynn from Porter. Now showing Class 1 Spot Gilts.
Well, first off, as we get into these spots, and I know we got another big class, and first thing, want to say thank you to you guys for bringing quality animals throughout the day, and this is another example of that, because we're going to send back 14 or 15 or what have you, and some of these things, like I've stated, do not give up on some of these pigs, kids. Young man's got one here that's very, very close and was in discussion, grabbing a pin there. I want to rock forward a little bit more in terms of blade set, maybe not as unique in terms of cheek line and footpath as that one comes right at you. You watch her go away from you. She needs to have more width at the surface when she approaches it there, but still good. Young lady's got one that's very, very close as well. Neat looking from the side, a little shorter and steeper out of her hip. As a whole, and I know it's within this particular breed, maybe a little more uncoordinated out of their upper hips and how they want to plant and drive, but I still think there's quality out here. We still need to show these kids appreciation with a big round of applause as they leave us. expect a great deal. He's not going to tell you how talented he is, but he's extremely talented. And like I stated, for him, to show so many top-end gilts at our state fair, I'm going to take into consideration what he's got to say. And he said, hey, our class winner to me is non-negotiable, and that's a young lady there on the far side. Kind of brings some old school to new school facets, and if you don't like ones that look like that, we're living in a different time frame, because you got to show appreciation when appreciation needs to be shown. That thing's rear leg is absolutely exaggerated, photoshopped, what have you, to have that kind of density, no deviation up front. When you study her in terms of the base of her chest, knee to ground, that thing's exotic looking. To me, that's an absolute specimen to go ahead and win this particular class. My debate is if you wanted to cuss and discuss them, and like I stated, I said to Evan, I said, hey, maybe that one's got a little more bounce to her rear leg than our class winner does. You step in behind her, she's got a big rear leg, not as exaggerated as our class winner, doesn't come with as much boldness right at the surface as our class winner. But hey, young man, you got a very, very good animal to be there in second. The ones in 3 and 4, very, very similar. They just run into some, I don't know what you want to call them, those exotic ones that you may only see a few times every 4 or 5 years, because that's a good spot female in my opinion. I love her pliability, I love her shape, I love her width, I love her just function of her rear leg, and that's why I put her in 3 compared to the 1 and 4. I thought her range and reach and just her or the way she pressurizes off of her rear 2 was just a shot better than the one that comes in 4. I like things about the 1 and 4. To me, they look like they could be little mates, especially from a height to length ratio there, and I like things about her. I just thought she was a little more hesitant. Just as you study her right at the surface there, doesn't come with as much bounce and just push off of her rear 2. But hey, that thing's pretty good as well. The 1 and 5 is what I call a good traditional spot gilt. Doesn't have the extras, doesn't have the wow pieces, the wild presence, and all the things that we want to talk about as show judges, but she's a good animal. She'll make the next generation better. She's got bulk and dimension. It's that view. As I compare to the top 4 there, she's not as intensified in terms of just front ankle and foot size. Like I said, I love her bulk and dimension. She'll play out a little bit in terms of her hand loin. Very, very good one to be there in 5. Young lady comes out in 6, and Evan, I always said, last night we talked, I said, hey, you're going to, kind of sit over there and make sure I don't miss any, because when you got big classes, you got quality at a big time show, there's times that some of these things will come out, and you just won't gravitate to them. I like this one. The young crowd's going to love this kind, just in terms of having that extra hair, that extra density about her. She's got length out front there that you appreciate in terms of design and look. For this particular guy, analyzing her, I'd like to lengthen her out about her cannon bone. I'd put a little hair up underneath her, but if you like them shaggy, bulk, dense, all those kind of things, and moderate, you can latch into this one. Kind of different speed comes here next. She's much like the 1 and 5, just in terms of having some added elevation. To me, she's got to be better off of her rear 2. We got to lengthen her about her hip. Young fella comes out here next. Some of these gilts down the line, I like that they've gotten to some upper roll 8s there. They become a little more uncoordinated off of both ends of their skeleton and how they want to hit the surface, especially out of the rear hip there. Very, very intriguing class. Special top pair there. Let's give those kiddos a big round of applause. as Evan stated there, he said, man, another deep class of these things. And, the one still left out here again, do we think these things are atrocious? Absolutely not. Compliments to you kiddos, skin and hair, presentation, body composition. We just come with some skeletal flaws and some skeletal, maybe some glaring issues in terms of how they hit the surface, just how they coordinate off the rear too there, but still quality animals within the drive. Let's show these kids appreciation with a big round of applause as they leave us. Good job. Good job. And maybe here again, if Evan's judging, we may flip-flop this pair. I don't know exactly, but as you take into consideration here, because they're similar in terms of bulk and stoutness and mid-body and all that. Kind of stick to the gun, stick to the script in terms of keeping them motivated off of the rear leg, and I think that's what deciphers them. That's a young lady with the more darker colored one, and I'll be the first one to admit I don't genuinely latch onto that one in terms of skull shape, crest over neck, but you get past that. I mean, that's a round rib, that's a big full rib in her, and then she still stays in check as you get right directly in behind her. Her look up front in terms of her view coming right at you in terms of width, I think is very, very similar. Evan stated, he said, hey, this 1 and 2 is so close to being the one, and here again, 30 days, young man, you may have the one, because you can tag me and Evan on Facebook, say Evan was right and Seth was wrong, because that thing is very, very close to being the one, because so exotic looking from the side. Her length to height ratio, absolutely incredible. That view right there, big square toes that you like to see. So you say, why you beat her? I read her to be a little straighter off of her rear hock, a little steeper about her hip length there, but I still think a very, very good one that I'm getting real critical on one, but you got to when the classes are like this. The 1 and 3 rear 2/3 are very, very good, and her view coming at you, she just gets a little mission-headed to me in terms of just her skull shape there, things you like about her there. She's got a big bench, usable rear leg there. She's a little rounder about her pin width, and like I said, just not as desirable in terms of her look up to her front 1/3, mostly in terms of just neck length, skull shape on that particular gilt. The young lady that comes out here next has got one that's got some added size, and she works her way up there, because that just looks like a good traditional spot gilt in my opinion. She's got the added size, the added weight, but still keeps things in check in terms of skeletal quality that you like about her. It's just as you compare to the top 3, doesn't come with the wild pieces, doesn't come with as much presence, but still a quality animal. Young lady that comes out next, kind of the pound small one, and we don't beat her up too bad because she is the pound small one, because there's things you like about her, just in terms of being kind of a fault-free kind of female. Her range and reach is so good. You start studying her, she's a little harsher in her hem-loin hookup. I'd like to see her have just a little more added heart shape there, but still, I think a very, very good animal in this particular setting. Young man's got another one that is very, very close to getting, working his way up. Just the longer the drive goes, Evan said, hey, that one's starting to struggle a little bit off of her rear too. She's not as intensified up front in terms of just front arm, ankle and foot size, but bareback gets you excited in terms of just stoutness. She also needs to be cleaned up in terms of that left rear hock. Young lady's got one that gives you a wild look from the side, needs to be better, needs to blend and combinate, shoulder blade set, needs to be a shot better in that one. Does got some exotic pieces though as well. Young lady that comes out here next has got one just in terms of bulk and density, needs to be more coordinated off of both ends. Young lady comes out here that she's got a stouty for sure that you like there. Just for me, she's got to be better in terms of hem-loin hookup. Young lady that rounds out the class has got another one that we catch a pin there. You like her presence, you like her look, you like her added hair texture and skin tone there. She's got an awesome front foot laid up in her. She just doesn't have it quite yet here today, just in terms of swoop and body there, but a good class. Let's give those kiddos a big round of applause as they head on back. Hands together for these two young ladies in your guys' spot division. Hey, these spots have been good. These off-breeds, probably need to send Evan down here and get a truckload of these things this time of year to head back to the Midwest, because these things are exotic looking. I told him our champion looks like a runway model up front, rap video out back. Congratulations to you.
The champion spot gilt goes to Summer Prince. Now have Tanner Frankie entering the ring from Class 1.
I talked that particular pair very, very close, and we had some discussion in there, and I talked about her. She's maybe got a little more bounce to her rear leg than the champion. She's got the same kind of just presence and look from the side. She's not as exaggerated and intensified in terms of just bone and foot size, but hey, that's getting real, real nitpicky on a very, very good one. Young man, you're next. Congratulations.
Your reserve champion spot gilt goes to Tanner Frankie.
We get these next pair, and that young lady comes out, and, I taught that one in class. That top four I thought was very, very good. As we initially discussed them there, I said, hey, it's just when you run into a pair of them that are so far-reaching in so many areas, but yet still keep things into check. That one from the side is still very, very elite, in my opinion. She comes with width. She comes with spread. I genuinely like her presence from the side better than the heavyweight. Your next, young lady, congratulations.
Third overall spot gilt goes to Caitlin Bryant from Weatherford, bred by J.D. Showpigs.
Fourth in that class, and another one that's so good in terms of the swoop to her midsection. She's fresh in terms of her shape. You compare to the heavyweight there as we analyze them up front in terms of just their pass as they come right at you in terms of width and spread at the ground. Young lady with the heavyweight will be fourth out. Congratulations to her.
Gabby Todd will have your fourth overall spot gilt.
Thank you.
14 Yorks.
14 York.
in this particular class. So we got 4 of them still left out here. We'll send back early. Their young man's got one that's, in terms of density and stoutness, we got to make that one balance better from the side, elevate it at the point of the shoulder. Young lady's got a smaller size gilt, good in terms of length of body on that hog. To me, she needs to be intensified in terms of bone and foot, lengthen her out of her hip. Young lady on the far side there, one that's got some density to her rear leg. We got to make her too balance a shot better from the side, gets a little more upright in her shoulder. Young man's got one, a little more old school traditional Yorkshire, in terms of that aspect. Just gets too upright off of both ends of her skeleton. But a good class. Let's show these 4 kiddos a round of applause as they head on out. Because growing up, this is what my dad had. He had about 50 York Landrace, sows running around when he was in a commercial setting. And they were never fun to go to the fairing house because there wasn't much color variation in them because we'd bring them to Hampton Rocks and we'd have a bunch of, some kind of funny colored blue butts there. But as I got older, I got an appreciation for them just for their mothering ability, and I've probably been harder on them the last few years. But hey, these top two are real good in my opinion. And as Evan alluded to, he said, hey, these things look like they could be litter mates out here. And they do, just in terms of type and kind, length to height ratio, those things, and just the stoutness to the rear leg for Yorkshire females. I think when it just boils down to, and you sit here and you analyze them and you study them, the one to us that blends, combinates, hand loin hookup, shoulder blade set, young lady right there will be your champion Yorkshire Gilt. I think just from that aspect alone allows her to go ahead and get the green light to go ahead and win. The 1 and 2 initially comes out, and I'm like, hey, we can latch on and ride on with this one and get her in the final drive there because, she comes with moderation, still got some stoutness to her. The longer the drive goes and you analyze her, just where she wants to push, just a shot more in terms of her shoulder blade set, but still a very good animal to be where she's at. The 1 and 3 and 4, very similar. They probably got a shot more air up underneath them there. Come with a little more glaring holes to me from our aspect, just in terms of front foot, in terms of where they want to place it. I thought the one that goes in 3 was probably just a shot more agile, a shot more comfortable out here in her step. The 1 and 4, and I'm sure she's had some good days because that one comes out with the extra hair, some extra density to her. The longer the drive goes, she becomes more hesitant in terms of her approach up front and how she wants to plant and drive. Just doesn't come with the comfort, and it's that view when she comes right at me is where I nitpick it on her and I get more and more critical on her in terms of her footpath. Young lady in 5, and I said I'm going to put a lot of these like this in the middle portion of the class because they're basic, they're functional, they're practical, they're better than the ones down the line because of skeletal qualities. They don't come with the pizzazz and extras and the wow features to talk about to move them on up the line there, but that's still good livestock in my opinion. She's comfortable out here. She gets just a little more ordinary in terms of her cheek line, but still a good animal. The 1 and 6, some guys probably flip-flop them and ride this one up further and say, hey, this is barrel proportions and stoutness. You like her because she resembles the ones in 1 and 2 from the aspect of length to height ratio. You start studying her from a skeletal standpoint, that view going away from you, not as square from hip hock to ground, and as you get behind her, I'd intensify her in terms of rear leg bone, I'd stouten her up in terms of her front ankle, push her back in her shoulder blade, just a shot there, but that's still an exotic looking animal. Young lady comes with one, just basic, functional, practical, doesn't wow you with width or stoutness, gets shorter and steeper about her upper hip. We can let these others out here. Here again, they're quality animals, starting to show a little more wear and tear in terms of skeletal quality there, but a good class. Last class, let's purebreds, let's give these kiddos a round of applause as they leave us. indication to what the quality that we'll have, and what I always expect when you step into the state of Oklahoma, especially on the crossbred side of things. And obviously those pures were absolutely incredible. And me and Evan talked about them at lunch. We come back first class after the break, and there's still quality gilts out here. Young lady on the far side there is one that's real close. Love the bulk and dimension, forearm in that particular gilt. She just got a tie better in terms of just blade set. Same can be said at this particular gilt here, going right across. Young lady's done a tremendous job, skin and hair, presentation of that gilt. You study her in terms of just the crest line of her neck, how she wants to tie in her ham loin. Just need to see smoother transitions. Some of these others out here, they're good hogs, and by no means are they throwaways. Young man going away from me there with that solid white Yorkshire peering gilt. Very good from the side there. She too needs to tie in better in her ham loin, blade set, and top line. But a good class. Let's show these kids appreciation. Keep working hard, kiddos, with a big round of applause. look as good online as they do in present time, because I think a trio of these things that are absolutely incredible, and I know what's to come in the next 30 to 35 days, and when these things get to an auction block, or just little changes in these things. Me and Evan sat back, and one thing at home I always preach, especially on the female side of things, we want to take things to the extreme, but yet at the same time we want to keep perspective in terms of balance, build, design, which one to us comes with the most width, which one leaves us in a good manner. That's the young lady right there. She's our class winner. Congratulations to her. About between 2 and 3, and Evan hit the nail on the head on this. He said, hey, there may be more unique, and they absolutely are in some facets there. On the far side, I thought the view going directly away from us kept more in check in terms of just the way she wants to put her rear foot. Young lady, you got one there, and there's so many things I like about her. I don't see her blending and combining, and where I get real critical on her as we compare to our class winner, doesn't come with as much width right at the ground in terms of just where her toe path is, but still an absolutely incredible animal. A very expensive one. You got to go to the bank and take a loan out. Lies in 3, in my opinion, because, and I'm not saying, young lady, I'd keep brushing on that one. I'd keep getting her dialed in. In this particular setting, in this class, she needs to be the driest in terms of her forerib and midrib, but golly, that thing's got gargantuan legs. She's got the hair and all the intangibles we want to talk about in the show ring setting. You study her, she's a little more sloped to her hip there, and then when she pivots right down at the surface in terms of her rear toes there, I don't call it quite as ideal, and then that view as she comes right at you will open up with as much chest cavity. The 1 and 4 looks like what good livestock look like at our house, and we try to emulate so many of these things at the house in terms of being long off of both ends of their skeleton. I love that about that gilt. In this setting, she runs out of horsepower. When we talk bone and foot and just feature at the surface, by no means, young man, do you have a frail one? Do I think you got one in the next 35, 40 days longer, and you dig into the summer? You probably do, because that thing looks like she can withstand a lot of heat with the feed bucket. She just doesn't have those intangibles here today to move up any higher. Young man, same can be said with this one. Little longer bodied, little harsher in terms of just a rear flank there, and that just kind of plays out from a balance perspective from the side, but still comes with some extras, some stoutness. The one that lies next, just good, fundamental, basic kind of female. Maybe just doesn't latch into her throat latch quite as tight as some of those others. I love her pliability. I love her stoutness. Just doesn't come with the extras. Not quite as good in terms of her front knee as well, but still good livestock. Young lady that comes out here next, I like things about this one. Front 2/3, get a guy like me pretty fired up because that view, that noggin... that noggin shape, that length of back, it's a rear third that gets her in trouble in terms of length of hip and hock placement. Young man comes out here next. Another one, appropriate in terms of length of body, height of shoulder, forearm shape. All those are in check there. She's got a balance. She's got a tie better in terms of her neckline there. And then you study her going right directly away from you. I'd put a bigger pad on her rear foot there. I'd make her rear foot just a shot more stouter, have a little more spread. I talked to the 2 young fellas that are in 9 and 10, got quality animals, just come with a little more glaring holes. Let's give those kiddos a big round of applause on an absolutely incredible class. But, there's still value out here, still some hugs that, come with some presents, come with some, feature about them. Maybe just don't put it all together in one package or another, but still quality animals. Let's still show these kids respect with a big round of applause as they leave us.
Thank you.
Hey, you got weight?
think another good class, maybe a little more challenging, but no doubt. I thought our class winner was non-negotiable. A young man with that blue belted gilt, just in terms of pattern, design, and looks, remains flexible and sound, motivated in her step, pliable in her rib. That's a nice kind of gilt to go ahead and win this particular class. A little more debate between 2, 3, and 4, and pick them how you like them. I went with the 1 and 2 that just offers us more stoutness when we talk bone and foot size. I think their length of body, read to be very, very similar. You study them up front. The young lady's kind of more blue blanketed hipped gilt there. I think just in terms of width up front, width out back, probably just a shot more stouter there, gives her the advantage to beat the 1 and 3. Young man does an excellent job of getting the gilt driven in 3. She's a naturally tall-shouldered kind of gilt. You study her at the surface there. You'd intensify her in terms of her front foot, give her a shot more width in terms of the way she views you coming right at you. I call her knee appropriate, but she just needs more width from blade, knee to ground. Just crack her open just a shot more. The 1 and 4 is unique, and she just looks like one that's just not quite ready to rumble yet here today, because everything doesn't blend quite yet. I love that noggin. I love that skull. I love her height to shoulder. She's a little harsher in her hem-loin hookup. She's a little wider out back, and then you study her. She's a little flatter in terms of her forerib, but young lady, I wouldn't give up on a prospect like that, because she's got some intangibles in terms of forearm side, natural muscle shape, good kind of gilt to be there in 4. The 1 and 5 comes out, and we like this one initially in terms of her view from the side there. You study her in terms of just knee set, shoulder blade set. She becomes a little more problematic in crest line of her neck. Rear 2/3 gets you pretty pumped up. Good stoutness to her midsection. She's got a big durable rear leg. Just got to reconstruct her up front there. Young lady comes out next, and a little more moderate in terms of frame score out here. And some guys are going to gravitate to that. I got to lengthen her out. I got to put a little air under. I got to lengthen her out in terms of just her cannon bone. You watch her up front. She's a little more tentative in terms of her approach to the surface. She'll close up and funnel right down towards the ground there. But it's got some neat things to her in terms of just hair, bone, bulk. Length of body is very, very good. Young lady that comes out here next has got a good one in terms of look and presence from the side. We just got to make her better in terms of her ham-loin hookup and knee set there. The next one that comes out you like in terms of just bulk and stoutness. She's got as much chest width and gives you an awesome view from that standpoint. She plays out in terms of just balance from the side. Doesn't tie quite as well in terms of her ham-loin junction. Just doesn't have that extra pizzazz and freshness of some of those ahead of her, but still a good kind of hog. The young lady comes out next, 9 and 10. Talk to these kids individually. Young lady's gilt's got to be better in terms of her front knee and just where her shoulder blade sets. Young lady's got one that's real moderate in terms of type and kind. She too needs to have a little air up underneath her, not be quite as tentative in terms of her approach and motivation to her rear leg. Good class. Give those kiddos a big round of applause. another good class, and we got 10 of them selected back and keep moving on in an orderly fashion. But here again, we got some quality gilts that, so many times it's just little things, and I think that's what makes crossbred gilts probably the most fun for us at home, is some of these things probably can go on and generate quality, be able to generate those ones, even though they're not going to catch a pin, they still have the ability, because there's not just, they're not atrocious, they're not bad livestock, just come with a little more issues there. But let's put our hands together for these kiddos as they leave us early. class, good top 4 of them, and here again we got a real nice class winner, and the young lady's predominantly dark blue gilt. She's as fresh as a daisy in terms of just presence out here, back shape, spread, so genuine in terms of that aspect. She's got that leg hair flare going on. You step in behind her and she's darn near bulletproof in my opinion. Very nice one to start us off with. The one that goes in 2 resembles her in terms of stoutness from that aspect. Probably not as fresh in terms of her appearance. She'll taper a little more in terms of her upper hip, but a quality gilt when you talk about a big rear-legged one. She's getting a little ring sour out here, but still high quality one. How about the 1 and 3? I mean, looks like just a good, basic, functional, practical kind of gilt that's naturally tall at the point of her shoulder. You watch her and just how she wants to tie and blend everything. You know, I think just, you know, with some extra fleshing ability, long term, I think once that blends and combinates, you can ride this one a little higher up in this particular setting. She doesn't come with the density of front, ankle, rear leg size, but still a quality gilt. I naturally prefer her just length to height ratio better than the one that comes in 4 pieces and parts. I like that one. I love the swoop to her midsection. I love her noggin in that particular gilt. She's a big ended gilt that keeps everything sound and comfortable. It's just when I analyze her up front, she'll run downhill just a shot more. She'll want to concave in her knee column just a slight much more than I term ideal, but still a good hog. Young ladies, that comes out here in 5, kind of like the one in there in 3. Needs to blend a little better in terms of just her neckline, the blade hook up there. I like her moderation of just length of size. She's got a big tail root in her. I just don't see that one being quite as good and genuine in terms of the way she comes at you in terms of her front view, but still a quality animal. Young man comes next, and he's got a good hog, and things I like about this particular gilt. I love her length of body. I love the motivation to her rear leg there. She wants to pressurize just a shot more in terms of her front foot there, and that's where I initially just ding her to put her down the line. She also doesn't come with just the rear leg bone as some of those ahead of her, but still a quality animal. Young lady that comes out here in 7, love the noggin shape in that one. A little more forward in terms of blade set. She'll get a little flatter in terms of just her mid-rib there. I talked to these kids down the line individually, told them where their projects needed to be better. Obviously, kiddos, I wouldn't give up. You still got some big shows to show at. I know that's been repetitive today, but yet at the same time, you guys got to keep fighting because you don't know what the next judge or next day is going to hold. Good class, real nice class winner. Give those kiddos a big round of applause. obviously a deep class. As we got, I think 11 of them. We're going to scale up and re-weigh here and re-drive out here. The quality's still out here. Young lady on the far side there with that blue blanketed gilt offers us tremendous amounts of power that you admire. I just need to see her more motivated off of her rear leg. Just blend and combinate, be a shot better in terms of her front knee. Some of these others out here, same song, different dance. Either this one here has got to be more pliable at this particular size and weight in terms of her mid-body there. This one we got to make better in terms of her front knee. Elevator, make her hip length be more appropriate. Young man's got a Chester appearing gilt there. Probably could have withstood some competition. Young man going across the way there. Do like that things about that gilt as well. She needs to be just kind of intensified in terms of just front ankle and foot size, rear leg bone. I like her body composition. Good class here again. Let's show these kiddos appreciation as they leave us.
Hey, how old are you? 3? 4.
incredible top pair of them. Even 3, 4, and 5 offer us some very, very high quality sow prospects. And as you break them down, pick them how you like them. The one that we genuinely like in terms of just height to shoulder, crisp shape down her top. She's got a more secure front foot than the one that goes in 2. Young lady right there has got your class winner. I think very, very good. Some guys are going to latch on to the 1 and 2 and say, hey, that's a big rear leg. That's density written all over. I think when I break her down, I don't see her being quite as fresh in terms of just the crest line of her neck. That view as she comes at you is where I get more critical, where I kind of harp on her just in terms of knee set and front foot set. But I still think a very, very good animal to study. Fun one to analyze. Very, very intriguing. I thought just a good sow prospect lies in 3. I love when these things are like this because honestly, we need 100 of them to look like this more than some of these others because that one just in terms of real muscle, she's got it. But then you watch her go directly away from you. She remains clean in her rear joint. She remains pliable. She's a big-ended gilt that keeps everything secure. She's not as stout-featured. She's not got those wow pieces as those others. But to me, that's a good female. We need more of them to look like that. Young lady that comes out in 4, the ones in 4 and 5 are close because, they have the look, the presence, the design we want to latch onto and ride home with. It's just that view. As I've talked it all day, we got to be better in terms of knee and chest, but still quality kind of gilts. Both of them can be said as a young man comes out. I love their elevation. I love their size and stature to them. They just got to be better in terms of their front knee. Young fella that comes out here next has got one, and I put this one down a ways, the ones in 6 and 7, because I think they're good hogs. They don't come with the crisp edge. They don't come with just the sheer back shape and spread and width to their loin edge, but they're quality animals. They don't, like I stated, they just don't have the width as some of these others, but they're good animals that you still can admire. Short-bodied, right kind of proportions describes this one. We'll play out a little bit in terms of just ham-loin hookup, a little more heavier fronted, just not quite as unique up front. Young man comes with one, and he sat himself there into pin 1, catches a pin, because much like the 1 and 3rd, this is good livestock in my opinion. Just doesn't come with the extra pizzazz, bells and whistles or what have you. She needs to be more crisp up high. She needs more genuine shape and spread, but still a quality animal. Talk to these kids down the line here as they step out of the holding pins here. You can just see them and analyze them in terms of how they're built up front. These 2 solid white ones just got to blend and combinate better in terms of ham-loin hookup. Good class. I thought a special top pair in that drive. Give those kiddos a big round of applause. Well, I'm going to ask you again. Let's put our hands together for these 4 exhibitors out here in the light cross division. I think absolutely incredible, and as a show judge, I think this is what you want, because I think all 4 of them, there's some subtle differences, but I hope you can see what we're trying to do as me and Evan line up these top 4. Not only, we're not going to say, I know some people say, well, he likes the blue belts, but I think from a body composition, the way they're built at the ground, their motivation and their ability to plant and drive effortlessly out here, and then they still got the bulk, they still got the density. I think all 4 of them are very, very good. I'm not going to describe all 4 of them because I think they're very, very similar. As we get them back out here, there's one that hit me just in terms of the way this one blends and combinates. Get up on top of this particular gilt. See how much spread, how much width she's got. She's a naturally high-headed kind of female. It's tall at the point of her shoulder. To me, she's very, very special. Young lady, you got it. Congratulations.
Please congratulate your breed champion, light commercial gilt, out of Class 3, Gabby Anthony from Thackerville, bred by Thompson Show Pigs.
In terms of her look from the side, and she's got as much shape and turn to her loin edge as any in this drive. Young lady, you'll be reserved. Congratulations.
Congratulations to Molly Noyes, your reserve champion, light commercial gilt from Morrison, bred by JD Show Pigs.
back, we'll bring back out and rework those top 10s. One's still left out here, still got some value. Young man's got one that's real close to catching a pin because I like her length of body. Gets a little shorter and steeper about her hip there. Maybe runs downhill just a shot more. Young lady there with the, got the fuzz on the leg hair there with that kind of polka dotted up black-headed gilt there. Just needs to blend and combinate a shot better. Some of these others out here, just a little greener bodied, maybe not ready to go to work today, but here again, it's going to sound repetitive. Kids, do not give up on these projects. You still got a lot of time. You still can, do things to make these things creep up into those top spots. Let's give these kids a round of applause as they head out on early.
Sorry. Oh, I'm sorry.
The only thing that comes out of nowhere is nothing. Exciting and true aren't always the same thing. Reliable is peaceful. Perspective comes from knowledge and experience. What's proven may not be glamorous, but the easy path isn't always durable. Be durable.
a blast to judge a class like this because there's some sitting in 4, 5, 6, 7 there that maybe their best days are ahead of them. In this kind of setting, you got to kind of what are you going to prioritize? To me, the one that looks like she's the most ready to win a pig show here today, but yet still doesn't look like one that's a quitter by no means, is that young lady's gilt here right directly in front of me. I think just in terms of bulk and density and stoutness, I told Evan, I said, that thing legitimately runs uphill. And we try to talk that as show judges, and we'll say that, but I guarantee you put a level on that one's back, you're going to have to raise the end of the backside of that one's level to get those bubbles in the line there, because that thing does it. She's captivating, she's neat, she's mesmerizing. Very, very nice class winner. I thought the 1 and 2 just reminded me the most to follow suit as our class winner in terms of just roundness of forehead, bulk, dimension, stoutness. Maybe doesn't run uphill quite as well, maybe not quite as good in terms of her front knee as our class winner, but hey, that thing's got some special aspects to her, just in terms of raw shape up high, crisp and aggressive turn to her loin edge. Evan told me, and anybody knows Evan, when he was buying show pigs from me, they look like this at this stage. He said, man, I'd love to take that one home and feed on that one, because that one's best days are ahead of her. And so many times, you young kids, just remember Brock Purdy was the last pick in the draft, and he's going to go to the Super Bowl. So remember those things. We have the ability to manipulate these things, and this one, once she is manipulated, that kind of ring presence, that kind of forearm shape, that kind of width to her chest, motivation to her rear leg, absolutely on point for us. It's just when you get up on top of her, she needs more right here as we compare to the top two, but that's a very, very fun one to analyze. Same can be said with the one that goes in 4. That one too, Evan said, hey, if that one opens up more in her chest, we can ride her a little higher, and definitely, because that kind of look, presence, I mean, that's 2024, 2030, whatever you want to talk about with that kind of leg hair, that kind of height of shoulder, absolutely incredible, length of back. It's just as you get to analyzing her up front, as she turns and comes right at you, you'd crack her open just a shot more, and she's still, much like the one that goes in 3, she's just not ready to rumble in terms of just genuine width up high, four-rib shape, those kind of things. But hey, that thing is absolutely just captivating, mesmerizing, like I've stated, very, very unique one. The 1 and 5 is just, to me, much like some of them we've described. That's good livestock. She doesn't have those wow pieces to her. She's a little rounder about her upper pin there. But to me, you keep feeding on one like that, she can sometimes beat those ones ahead of her just because she's practical. She's got purpose to her. That's still a good animal to me in terms of just motivation to her rear leg. The one that comes next, young man, I root for kids like you that have taken the time to get skin and hair and presentation of animals to this kind of caliber. So compliments to that young man. It's just when we start getting past the aesthetics and cosmetics of it, and you just break her down, it's when we get right to the surface is where we get a little more critical on that gilt. Yeah, she's got the leg flare and all that. It's just I need to see her rear toes and her front toes just be a shot bigger in terms of being able to ride her up any further. But young man, you've done an excellent job in terms of body composition, all those things. Here again, another one that's just good animal, in my opinion. She's practical, she's sound, she's comfortable. She's a little cheeky as we compare the ones ahead of her. She's a little rounder about her muscle pattern, but still, she stays motivated, stays very, very good in terms of just range and reach. It's just those little things that don't let her jump up to those higher calibers. Young lady comes next, catches a pin there. She was out early. Need to just elevate that one at the point of her shoulder, make her blend a little better in her ham loin. Young man's got one there. He told me, I asked him if he was 6, because I got a 6-year-old at home, so I always try to guess ages, and he told me, he said, no, I'm 6.5. So he let me know that. That gilt's front 2/3. You can throw a party for. It's just when you get out back there, just not this particular guy's style. She's just got to have more flex and reach and be able to hinge out of her upper hip just a shot better. I thought an absolutely incredible way to start off our dark crosses. Let's show those kids appreciation with a big round of applause. got to analyze all day with Evan, and you know, like he stated over there, he said, man, it's another good class, and it's fun when they're this kind of quality. And one's still left out here, just to describe a few real quick that give me some passes. Young lady there in the middle of the ring with that bow, very, very close on the edge to catching a pin there, and I'm not going to say that that one, you know, by any means is ready to just rumble here today. I think she's got to blend a little bit better in terms of how you want to tire her in her hem loin there. She gets a little crest here at the top side of her neck. Young lady with the handkerchief bow there across the way. That's a stouty, no doubt, in terms of just muscle shape and spread and width. She too's got to be a shot better in terms of her hem loin junction. Some of these other ones look to be a little quicker in terms of the maturity pattern, or they're just not quite ready today. Young lady's got one that's sharp looking from the side, needs to be better in terms of front knee and hip length, but a good class. Let's show these kids appreciation again with a round of applause as they leave us early.
Good job. Good job. Good job. Where's all the young men at?
Thank you.
They don't show pigs no more, huh?
I think another very, very good high-quality class, and obviously I stated when we picked 10 or 11, we're 8 deep in here, and here again, for you kiddos, for you parents that, so many times I have to deal with it at home, and obviously people spend their hard-earned money on this, and when you got to put kids 7 and 8, it's tough, but I always say, hey, there's another show next week, there's another show next month, and that's one thing at home we always say, especially with my oldest, that's what motivates him is if he does get beat, hey, he wants to come back that much harder to show the show judge, hey, he had an issue and he didn't get it right the month before. I think as we get into this class, and I stated to Evan, I said our class winner is probably just a little more Manila in terms of shape up high, and he said, hey, what else can you beat one that looks like that from the side? That young lady's got it there in the center of the ring. I think just in terms of height of shoulder, forearm size, strength of front foot, and then still her ability to plant and drive with comfort is unmatched in this particular class. Young lady, as Evan stated, he said, man, there's so many things you like about that one, because that's the new generation in terms of you going away, because that's a big, dense, shaggy rear leg. To me, she just plays out of bounds when we analyze her from the side. I'd like to elevate her at the point of her shoulder, make her just a shot more genuine there like our class winner is, but young lady does an absolute hammer of a job getting one driven. The 1 and 3, probably more, market hog scenario. She's got the big back laid up in her. I just comes with a little more skeletal issues when we analyze blade set, length of hip. Those are little things. She does got the big dense rear leg, and to me, she looks like on the right kind of boys, that thing can make the next generation very, very intriguing, because she's tall at the point of her shoulder, almost to her demise in terms of just where her shoulder blade sets, like I said, but still a very, very unique one. 1 and 4, the longer the drive goes, the 1s and 4 and 5 begin to hinder a little bit more off of the rear 2, and initially when they first came out, I thought, all right, we're going to work this one up into that 1 or 2 spot, because I love her roundness of rib, I love her pliability, she's got some denseness to her rear leg. It's just the longer the drive goes, she wants to shuffle off of her rear 2, just doesn't want to come with as much comfort there, but still a very, very nice one to be there in 5. One that comes next, or 4, my apologies. One that comes next, I think just in terms of pattern, look, silhouette, gets you excited. She too is beginning to labor off of her left hind leg, more off of her right hind leg. She's got a good step off of her left one. It's just that right one doesn't want to just keep up with her left one, and just how she hinges and plants there. One comes next, sharp dress, compliments to the young man, skin and hair presentation. Need to open this one up as she comes right at you. Just make her blend a shot better in the way she wants to tie in her ham-loin junction. Young lady comes out here next. We got to be wider at the surface. Gets a little more doll-headed, and I don't mean like a baby doll, but just the presence up front in terms of crest of her neck just becomes a little more common. I think her rear 2/3 gets you excited. One that comes next, and this is the one I thought about. I told Evan, I said, hey, this thing is so close to being real good, because she's immaculate in terms of skin and hair. I don't know if we've had one, because to me, that's Barra's shape up high. Her turn to her loin edge is absolutely incredible. But to me, she passes the eye test on the stand. We set her into motion. That's when she becomes problematic. She's too straight off of both ends of her skeleton. But hey, there's so many things you like about that one. I want to compliment that young lady on a job well done. Young lady brings out a spot, and hey, this one was ready to rumble with the crosses, and in a big class catches a pin because of her density and her stoutness. Longer the drive goes, she's too straight off of her rear hock, doesn't want to just plant and drive with as much comfort and hinge there. Talk to these 2 young ladies down the line here. They got quality animals gilt that comes out here in 11. You like her moderation, you like the swoop to her midsection. We got to intensify her rear leg bone. Young lady's got one that's probably a shot more stouter in terms of bone and foot. That's why she gets a pin right ahead of her there. She's got to blend better and just be softer and more pliable in terms of her forerib. Good class, fun class to analyze. Let's give those kids a round of applause as they head on back. You send a solid black one like that back to the barn and doesn't get weighed because, young lady, you were very, very close to catching a pin. I like that gilt in terms of her presence and look. I just told Evan, I said, hey, we got some of these, we got some stouties in here with some presence. That one doesn't come with just the front forearm and front ankle size as some of these others that catch pins. Some of these are extremely stout. Young lady's got one that's got all the stoutness you want. We need to see that one blend and combine a little better. Just height to length ratio needs to be a shot more appropriate for us. Same could be said with the young lady here directly in front of me. But here again, guys, you know, get with your breeders, get with your feeders, what have you, your ag advisors, and just try to manipulate these things in terms of feed bucket. And some of these things are, you know, going to be able to capture some banners. So let's put our hands together as these kiddos head on out early. Well, very, very interesting class and a very, very intriguing class winner. Evan said it best. He said, I just can't take my eyes off of her. To have that kind of bone and foot at this particular size and weight, to be that exaggerated, to be that just intensified is absolutely incredible. To me, I hope these cameras can see it because that thing looks almost photoshopped out here. I don't know if I've ever seen limbs on one quite that big. And then to still have that kind of presence in terms of her skull shape, her height of shoulder, her look from the side, her length to height ratio is absolutely incredible. Is she the boldest ribbed one of the top three? Probably not, but she comes with the intangibles. She comes with an expensive look. Very, very nice kind of class winner to lead us off. She comes with more width up front than the one that goes in two. And Evan put it best to me. He said, wherever you want to prioritize on 2 and 3, because I think it's close. It's just what is your personal preference? Because they're both good livestock. I always explain to my buddies at home when they ask me, as a judge, how do you see them? It's just what you personally like. Because some guys are going to say, hey, Giselle, the runway model, is the best looking thing on earth, and some are going to tell you Kim Kardashian is. So it's just what you personally like. I thought the one with just a little more presence, a little more character to her lower jaw, and the young ladies get to go ahead and be 2. The 1 and 3, some guys are going to say, hey, how do you beat one with that kind of stoutness, that kind of rib, that kind of body? To me, she gets a little more cheeky, not as genuine in terms of just her lower jawline and characteristic there. But young lady, you got a very, very good animal that's just driven to a T, absolutely on point when we talk skin and hair and presentation. I thought the 1 and 4, to me, looks like she's not ready to go just yet, but when this one decides to do so, her toe quality, her toe spread up front, incredible. Her hip and hind leg, absolutely on point. You say, why you beat her then? She's a little drier in terms of her forerib and midrib. When that comes with maturity, young man, I think you got an absolute hammer because that thing's got a crisp back, and like I said, she stays motivated and sound. I asked a young man, I said, hey, what do we got here? He said, we got a Poland Gilt. I don't know why she's in the crossbreds because that thing's awfully, awfully intriguing in my opinion. We get her out here and we start comparing her to the crosses up the way there. Doesn't come with as much just stoutness of front ankle and foot size as them, but man, that thing is absolutely lethal from the side. She's naturally tall-shouldered. Her mid-body and just condition there is absolutely incredible. Hip and hind leg on point. You can also maybe get a little more critical on her in terms of just blade set, but for that particular breed, I think absolutely incredible. Young lady comes out here next, and this one here again, one that you want to breed on because you see value in her, because that's a round forerib, that's moderation in terms of length of body, almost to a demise because she gets a little shorter and steeper about her hip. I need to see a little more length to her cannon bone there, maybe a shot more width as she turns and comes right at you. But in terms of just having those outlier pieces, she's got a little different spectrum here because this is a very, very good gilt. And I'm not going to call her frail because she's not, just in this particular class in terms of forearm size and front ankle, just not quite as big and durable from that aspect. I do love the meat animal shape in that hog. She has natural turn to her loin edge there that you can't fit and feed on because it's naturally there. I promise you, it's just when you analyze her up front in terms of just bone and foot size, chest width is where you end up dinging this gilt. This gilt here, I told the young man because I wanted to work her up the way there because I like her pattern. I like the swoop to her midsection. I like the muscularity that she has. She just wants to click in her rear joints and she's just not as comfy out here today. There again, young man, I think with time, things can change. If we can get her, maybe in a sand lot, what have you, another 35 days like that, she could be very, very good. We let these others out. I told this young man, I said, you do showmanship yesterday? He said, no. He can flat drive one. He could drive one for me any day. That gilt is awesome, streamlined looking, good swoop to her midsection like that. Young man, she's just not stout enough. When we talk bone and foot size in this class, stouty here, skeleton's not good enough. Young man's leaving us there. We got to change that one up front. Good class, intriguing class winner. Let's give those kiddos a round of applause. it pains me to send some of these things back and to describe a few of them real quick. Young lady going across the way, kind of with that polka dotted gilt there in the center of the ring, very, very close to grabbing a pin, because that thing has some intangibles, some uniqueness about her, and you want to go ahead and layer into the scales there. I'd stouten her up in terms of just front ankle size. I'd make the shape of a rear hock just a little more appropriate, but still, that thing's awfully unique to not gather a pin here. There's a few others. Young man there directly in the center of the ring, very, very close. Rear 2/3 gets me excited. Swoop to the midsection, flat back, the neat looking. It's just she's got to be better up front in terms of comfortability, in terms of the way she wants to hit the surface. Some of these others just, like we've talked, it's going to be repetitive. Got to be a little bit better in terms of blade set, knee quality, but another very, very good class when you can describe that many, and I think we got 14 or 15 back there, alludes to what the quality that we have out here. Here again, kids, don't get your head down, put your hands together as these kiddos leave us. told this young lady when I swooped in there and we had 7 of them, I said, hey, whatever you do not get this one worked up, okay? And she kept driving, so she went out there and said, hey, I'm going to keep doing it because I thought to myself, just please don't ruin this one in this particular class. That's a good animal. And I knew when she came out, I looked over there to Devin, and he when we're looking at gilts, or whether we're selling them or a couple of times that he's had the privilege to do well at our state fair, is that little smile. And when they look like that, that's the kind. That's the kind we're after in terms of length of body, forearm size, presence, length up front, length out back. Very, very good animal to start us off with. Our main debate was between 2 and 3 because I like both of them. Both kids do an absolutely tremendous job of getting them driven. Much like that one class ago there, we talked to ones, just which kind do you naturally gravitate to. Thought the young lady's gilt comes with a shot more presence up front in terms of her look. I like her more added length off of both ends of her skeleton. The gilt in 3, some guys are going to gravitate to in terms of, this one's a little more bare proportions in terms of length of body. I'd like to just lengthen her up through the front 1/3 of her skeleton, lengthen her out back and her cannon bone there, and just make her front foot just a shot more secure. The young man does an absolutely excellent job of getting that one driven. Young lady that comes out here next, I think good in terms of pattern and design and look. It's that shot right there as that one comes right at me in terms of deviation of front knee. She'll get a little lazier in terms of her top line as well, but I absolutely want to compliment the young lady because that hair is shined up. That view going directly away from us is of quality, for no doubt. Young man that comes out here next, and we go ahead and pin one like this, and I'm going to tell you, obviously guys are going to say, hey, that one's skinny. No doubt. Her presence, her look, her tail root, she reads with maturity. She'll only get stouter, and when that one opens up and decides to become a big lady, I think that one can be very, very hard to turn, because that kind of presence, that kind of forearm, that kind of height of shoulder can make those guys gravitate to you. Just in this particular setting, that one needs more to it. You can say the one that comes out next has got more to her, no doubt. I think she's a little more forward in her shoulder blade set. She's a little crestier at the top side of her neck. Doesn't come with as much character to her lower jaw, but the young man does an absolutely tremendous job of getting that one driven. We pin this one back next here, coming out in 7. I thought in terms of just pattern design, she gets a little easier in her top line, wants to play out just a shot in her ham-loin junction. The other solid black one that comes next, you like that one. Just she too needs to blend better, needs to be better in terms of knee socket there. The young lady comes out here next, that Berkshire appearing one, or whatever you want to call her, from the side is absolutely lethal in my opinion. It's that view as she comes right at you. Just too knock-kneed for this guy. And then the young lady that rounds out the class, I think once this one is able to, she just looks a little puffy throughout in terms of rear joints there. I think once that one just gets a little deflated, for me, I think that one can rise up there because you like things about her. I love the swoop to her midsection. I love her body cavity. She just looks a little puffy here today. Absolutely another great class. Let's give those kiddos a big round of applause as they head out.
Now entering the ring is Class 9 Dark Crossbred Gilts. At the conclusion of the Class 9, we will go right into the Division 2 Commercial Gilts. So if you are 1st through 7th in your respective class, please be here up at the makeup area so we can get you in order to head into the ring. Results out of your just completed Class 9 Dark Commercial Gilts. Class winner goes to Camry Bryant, bred by Colson Show Pigs. Second in that class went to Bailey Weeks from JD Show Pigs. Third went to Gavin Straka bred by Goss Livestock. God almighty. Fourth in that class went to Chloe Kemp, bred by Day Family Show Pigs. Fifth went to Jackson Bowe from Gen 1 Show Pigs. Sixth in that class went to Rhett Seitz. Seventh went to Baxter Davis. Eighth went to Tegan Medlin. Ninth was Kaylee High. And 10th was Oakley Hensley.
down because there's another day to show, and obviously some of these gilts, this isn't their end point as we wind down our first division of these crossbreds. As I look out here, and I've asked Evan when he comes over, I said, hey, did I miss any? And sometimes he'll say, hey, there's one over there on the far side that we need to go ahead and take a pin. As I sit back and I look at several of these, hey, they all come with some bulk and density and stoutness. It's just the ability to blend and combinate, and some of them will do it in due time. It's just they're not ready here today. I know the young man there on the far side with that gilt there, that kind of calico marked up gilt, she's real neat to look at. It's just when you set her into motion, not as comfortable. Some of these need to be a little rounder about their pin set, just not as secure in terms of the rear step. But another good class. Let's show those kids appreciation with a big round of applause as they leave. out here, we'll rework your top 5 there. The ones that are still left out here, describe them real quick. Young lady's got one just so good in terms of muscularity, freshness, all those things you get real excited about. It's just up front and analyzing her in terms of just where her blade wants to set and relative to her skeleton. She's a little rounder pinned as you compare to the ones that catch a pin. Young man's got one that you like in terms of look and design from the side. Little cheeky and throaty there when you want to analyze her. Maybe just not as good in terms of her front knee. Young lady's got one in terms of a market hog setting. You can work up the line because that's a great big back. She wants to play out in her ham-loin junction. Just doesn't tie in conjunction quite as well as some of these others ahead of them. Good trio of them. Let's show these kids appreciation with a round of applause as they leave us. Well, very, very good class and a very, very good top pair. And I know it's right before we break for division. So I always say you got to take a little more time because you got to think back because I know at this particular setting it means more because 20 of you are going to get paid out of this division. And as we get down to this top pair, these similar in terms of just body mass, swoop to their midsection. And as we study them and as we come over, little lady comes out with that black vest on, and I said, what do you think there, Evan? He said, real good. And I think it's real simple in this class. She's our class winner because that's what we're trying to make show pigs look like in 2024 in terms of just swoop to her midsection. Absolutely incredible to have that kind of burliness about her and then to still keep a feminine type of skull laid up in her. She genuinely comes with more width as she opens up and comes right at you than the one that goes in two. And that's initially where I sort the pair of them because the 1 and 2 I think is absolutely incredible in terms of her look from the side, and you just naturally gravitate to her from that aspect. Like I said, you just study them. I'm not going to harp on this one because her view coming right at you is not atrocious by no means. She just doesn't open up with as much width as our class winner, but still very good. I told Evan, I said, man, I absolutely love the 1 and 3 because I love that kind of pattern, that kind of hair coat, that kind of texture to her skin. I think is absolutely incredible because, just that dark natural pigment I think is awesome. It's just right here. When I get right up on top of her and we talk her to the top 2 there, she doesn't have as much roll to her mid-rib or fore-rib there. I think in time, once that thing comes, young man, you could have a heyday come middle of March there. The 1 and 4 I like things about on the stand you can absolutely get fired up about because everything passes the eye test in terms of big forearm, front ankle, stoutness, round ribbed, all those kind of things. You set her into motion, she becomes a little more methodical in terms of the way she wants to drive and plant, but I still think an awfully good one. I think if that one loosens up in time, she can have a very, very good day as well. I thought the 1 and 5 good pig. Doesn't maybe wow you in any one aspect. You like her extra density. You like her hair coat there. You like her forearm size. You get right to the surface of it, and some of these hogs are showing that, hey, they got this long leg hair to them, and you got to study them because right at the ground, I'd intensify just her front foot to make that particular gilt go any higher, and also we do, change the deviation to her front knee, but that's still a very, very good one. Young fella that's coming out here next has got one. We talked, you obviously can get excited, and some guys say, hey, you're pretty harsh on this one, or was a little bit hard because she, too, has the hair coat that we love. Her skin and hair, it's that view right there, young man, that essentially goes ahead and allows me to put that one where I did. I just need to change the shape of her left rear hock to make her go any higher. Thought the 1 and 7, just good female in terms of design, look, presence, all that. Swoop to her midsection, attractive about her skull and jawline. You get to studying her and comparing to the ones ahead of her. Doesn't come with just the stoutness of rear leg as some of those others, but still good animal. As we go down the line here and we analyze these hogs, young lady comes out here in 9. You like that gilt. There again, compliments to her on skin and hair, presentation, needs to be better up front. She'll get a little more forward in terms of her blade. Young man's got one, and that one too becomes a little more methodical, just not as comfy in terms of just how she wants to hinge and playing out of her rear leg. Young lady's got one that I think is very, very attractive from the side. I love her skull and jawline, forearm size and all that. She'll flatten a little bit in terms of fore-rib there, and I'm just going to make it known. I don't want to, put down... These are show pigs. I don't like seeing leg hair pulled up quite as much because I think they become a little more coarser in terms of just their presence when you analyze their rear joints there. But I thought a very, very good class. Let's put our hands together for these kiddos as they head on out. for these 5 young ladies that we have out here. I told some of them young ladies, I said, I don't know where the boys are at in Oklahoma, but we haven't seen many of them. So we got these 5 young ladies out here, and obviously here again, very, very pleased with these crosses because I think all 5 of them resemble each other a great deal, just in terms of type and kind, and just their presence. They come with some stoutness, but yet they still got a feminine look about them. And real quick, and then we're going to get through them. We're going to name you a grand reserve, and then I'm going to get you a top 20 quick. But I always say, when you have this kind of quality, you want to know what a judge is thinking. How close were we? Why didn't he decide to go ahead and use mine to be grand? And just to describe them real quick, young lady that comes out of that second class, we talked that one just in terms of her presence, her design, her look, all those kind of things I absolutely love. I said she's a little more Manila in terms of just back shape as you get her out here, but I think her skeleton is flawless. I think she's on her way up, and she'd be a fun one to just kind of manipulate and feed on in the next 30 or 40 days. We talked that first class 1 winner, and Evan said, hey, I kind of forgot about her, but that thing's good, and she's going to get into the mix of things because when you study and analyze that one, I talked about her just in terms of her height, the shoulder, her balance, her proportions, all those things are so good, and she doesn't look out of place in terms of size and stature out here. She plays into a big part into this particular division. We talked that solid black one, and to be honest with you, I went over to these young people here, and I said, I've never seen bone on one that size. To be that exaggerated, that Photoshop looking, to me is absolutely incredible. Where I'm going to get more critical on that particular gilt is in the middle portion of her skeleton. As I analyze her there, she's a little flatter and a little drier as we compare to some of these others out here. But like I stated, that presence, that look, that length to height ratio is absolutely incredible. And then we get to our last 2 class winners, the young lady in the solid or in the black vest, our little lady out here that's done an absolutely incredible job of driving one. We talk that one in terms of length of body. Everything fits and matches on that gilt. She's got everything we want to talk about in 2024, just in terms of just presence, look, balance, swoop to her midsection, height to length ratio, all those things are absolutely in check on that particular gilt. And then we talk on one on the far side there that won the class before. I thought that was a good class. That's a sharp featured one, and some guys are going to say, hey, does that one got enough genuine skull? For this guy, I'm not going to harp on her there. I think she looks like a female. I think she looks like a lady. As you get to studying her, comparing her to the ones that are still out here, I'd like to see a little more punch in the lower 1/3 of her body cavity there. She'll get just a little steeper about her upper hip. I think, some critics will say that. I think in a breeding gilt scenario, sometimes when they got that kind of slope, they can have pigs, just with the shop more ease. So that's how I see these 5. I think they're absolutely incredible. Hats off to them. One more time, big round of applause for this Division 1. We'll get you a champion.
Brinley Newcomb, Goss Livestock.
Your grand champion, Division 1 Dark Cross Gilt, goes to Brinley Newcomb, bred by Goss Livestock.
Is second place, Hallie Harrell.
Second in that class was Hallie Harrell.
the last time, and we'll get you a top 20 out here. Like I stated, the one that comes out second in that class, we taught that pair, and she was one that pushed that class winner. We got a little more distraught on her in terms of just her chest and knee, and that view as she comes at you. We think there's another one out here. She came out early, and I think I talked about her in class, just to have that kind of height to shoulder and legitimately run uphill, defy logic, and do all those kind of things. We like this one second best. Congratulations, that young lady.
Your reserve champion, Division I, Dark Cross Gilt,
Division One. The heat keeps coming, and we got to keep rolling. I know it's 6 o'clock here, and you guys got to prepare for them Bears tomorrow. So we're going to keep on moving along. I told Evan, I said, hey, that young man in the center of the ring there, kind of with that black topped gilt there, with that white swoop to her midsection. That one to me looks like she's just not mature enough quite yet. She'll flatten in terms of her forerib and just sidewells there, but she's got some uniqueness. I think with maturity and time, young man's got one that he kind of flat topped her head out there. I love the bulk and density to her there. You analyze her up front, not quite as good in terms of her front knee, a little rounder about her muscle, but I still think quality hogs. Let's show these kids appreciation with a big round of applause as they leave. here, and I know we've taken a little more time, and I told you, I said, hey, I'm going to be quick and snappy on these things to keep it rolling so you guys can go to work here tonight on them bells. But when you have a trio like this that are so similar, because I told Evan, I said they're so similar in terms of just skull shape, and there's subtle differences between them. I think body capacity is very similar in terms of density and bone. It just comes down to personal preference, and I think these top trio, I'd say there's maybe 6 figures sitting here just in terms of value, and I truly mean that. I think when it just comes down to it, which one's pliable, blends, combinates, everything just fits and matches. That's a young lady going directly away from me is going to be our class winner. That view going away from me is high dollar in my opinion, and then you study her from the side. Her length to height ratio, absolutely incredible. To get that big, that stout, and then to put a noggin on like that, kind of defies logic out here. Very nice class winner. The 1 and 2, if I can just get things to blend and combinate, and you want to say, hey, she may open up with more chest and width right at the surface, I wouldn't disagree with you. I just need to see that particular gilt in terms of just her blade set, just to blend and smooth up and transition just a shot better. But she too is one that's so bold, so dense, but still attractive about her skull and jawline. That's an awfully good one as well. Young man, I'd be awfully upset to be in 3rd place with a gilt that looks like this, because when she initially came out, I thought, hey, we got the one to ride with, because that's in terms of length of body, shape, fresh shape up high. The longer the drive goes, she begins to be a little more hesitant off of her left hind leg. I just need to see that rear foot and pad just hit with more comfort out here, just position itself just a shot better. But that's a very good pig to be there in 3. I thought kind of a boar maker, He-Man looking one lies in 4, because that's as aggressive as a back shape as we've seen all day. She still comes with a stout, durable noggin laid up in her. I love just the sheer shape in her. You say, why put her there? She's a little harsher. She doesn't have as much pliability in terms of just her midrib there. And you study and analyze her, she's as wide as you'd ever want one, going right directly away from you. But I think she is truly unique. I thought the 1 and 5, I told Evan, I said, this is a good pig, because to me, she is a good pig. It's just when you got things that look like this that were created in a lab, it makes it just that much more difficult. Just her crest line of her neck and knee set just isn't as much quality as the ones right directly ahead of her. The one that comes out here next, same song, different dance, just probably a little more fragile about her front ankle as you compare there. She's just tentative. I've never seen just a real good smooth drive out of her out here, but she's still got all the bulk and shape, and I think it's because she wants to pressurize on her front declaw just a shot more. Right up the gilt that comes next, we talk about body composition, gets me pretty fired up. Looks like that top trio, we analyze her at the surface. She's just more fragile about her front ankle and front foot size. The one that comes next, so good in so many areas, but to me, she's a little more upright in her shoulder blade. She's just not as intensified in terms of front foot size, but I still think a very good one to be where she's at. As we let these others out here, maybe come with a little more glaring issues, I told Evan, I said, hey, this one, or he stated to me, he said, that one's so close to just creeping all the way to the top. You just analyze her rear 2/3, gets you excited. She's just a little shorter and steeper off of both ends of her skeleton. Young man that does a tremendous job of driving a gilt. About length to height ratio wasn't as appropriate. You step in behind her, and where she wants to position her rear hock isn't quite good enough for this guy. This one, good looking from the side, good sow prospect, doesn't come with just the true stoutness as those ahead of her. Good class, fun class to analyze. I thought that top trio, absolutely incredible. to send some of these things back, obviously it can be, as a show dad and somebody that helps, families out. Sometimes you get stuck in these positions. You get in those classes that are deep. Young lady on the far side's got one that's real close. Probably just doesn't come with the extra stoutness of bone and foot size. There's a few others. Young man, I told Evan, I said he's so close to getting there. I just need to see that one go with a little more comfort on that particular gilt and just where her shoulder blade sits and relative to her skeleton. But another good class. Let's show these kids appreciation with a big round of applause. think two of them that obviously garner high quality praises out here. Both of them so similar in type and kind, have that kind of shape and width and spread, but yet still remain attractive in terms of just their presence from the side. I came over here and I've told you all day how much respect I have for Evan. We talk hogs every day for several hours a day, so I'm going to take I'm going to take his position, I'm going to take his opinion, and I'm going to formulate it to what I think needs to be done. And there's a little bit of discussion for him, and he said, hey, I genuinely like this one, this wider belted one, just a shot better. And the way he described her is, he said, hey, I think she's got more length up front in terms of just the way her skull and blade tie in together. She's probably just naturally a little bit taller at the point of her shoulder. Their view coming and going, I think, is an absolute wash. I think their body and mid-body, and I think an absolutely incredible top pair. The 1 and 2, it's just the longer the drive goes, she begins to be a little more lazier in terms of her top line and just her shoulder blade set, and that makes her run downhill just a shot more, but that's getting so nitpicky on them because that's a very, very high quality animal. The one that comes out in 3, you just, initially you're like, hey, this is the one that's going to win the class. As you compare to the top 2, you get right up on top of her in terms of that 9th and 10th rib, and you analyze her, just not as quite as bold there as they are. I'm not saying by no means that she doesn't have roll and all that to her. The length of her hip, at times, I think just in terms of her cheek line, not maybe quite as attractive. Her knee column isn't just quite as good, and then her front foot set, I don't think is ideal as those ahead of her, but I still think a very, very high quality one to be there in 3. I thought the 1 and 4 is one that can haunt you in 30 days, and I'm not here to judge her YE. I'm here to judge them today because this one can hang a big banner in my opinion. I think she's at the right kind of maturity pattern, and I've talked about these things all day. When they sit at this position, so many times, she doesn't have the fill and the roll and all that through her midsection, but boy, that thing in terms of skeletal quality, you can just continue to rave about her. She just doesn't have the bulk and dimension. You can say the 1 and 5 has got more bulk and dimension and stoutness about her center rib there. I wouldn't disagree with you. There's things about this one that I absolutely admire in terms of skull shape, back shape, all that kind of things. It's just the way she blends and hooks up. I don't think it's as smooth of a transition as those ahead of her, but that's still an incredible animal, in my opinion, to go there in 5. I thought the one that comes here next in 6 has got quality in terms of just length of side, length of hip, all those kind of things. It's when you study her in terms of just shoulder blade set and how she wants to plant and drive off of her rear too. She just never is able to just get up underneath herself and go. She does a little more quick stepping. Same could be said with the red belt as well. That one's a little shorter and steeper about her upper hip, a little more hesitant in terms of just the way she wants to go off of her rear too. Young fella that comes out here next in 8 has got one in terms of just swoop and midsection. We can begin to let them out. I thought was real good. Gets a little bit more bland in terms of just muscularity and shape on her top side. Young fella's got one in terms of shag and squareness up high is very, very good. We got to rearrange her hock set. Young lady's got one with the extra shag, and you like her just length of body and proportions. She's got to be better kneed. She's just got to go with more comfort off of her rear too. Very good class. Let's put our hands together for those kiddos as they head back. in several of these things, big class, probably as we get in these upper weights, starting to show a little more wear and tear in their skeleton. Maybe some of them are just a little overdue in terms of body condition, or just the angles and set to the rear hock and front knee, probably just not as appropriate. But let's show appreciation to these kiddos as they head on back. I think an excellent class winner, young lady with the traditional belted gilts, got it. Just in terms of bulk and stoutness, absolutely dig in on that one in terms of skull shape, forehead, and just the angle of her skull, the brim of her nose. That view coming at you is quality, and that's why she goes ahead and wins that class. She's got the bulkness, the density, the sound, and she's just so comfortable about her approach out here. Very nice kind of class winner. Guys are going to say, hey, the 1 and 2 maybe a little sharper about just her skull shape and jawline. Wouldn't disagree with you much. I thought our class winner came with a generating skull. It's that view right there in terms of footpath as we compare and contrast, because I think going away bulk and density center body I think is an absolute wash, because I think they're both high quality there. It's just that view is not quite as bulletproof as our class winner. I thought the 1 and 3 very, very intriguing, stout, durable kind of looking female. I think when you just study her in terms of her upper hip, doesn't come with the flare and squareness of those two right ahead of her. I thought just her mobility, flexibility out here was a shot better than the 1 and 4. The 1 and 4 is a little more stilty, just about her front end, just doesn't drive with as much comfort as those ahead of her. Hey, this thing's dressed up in terms of just shape and spread and width, skin and hair, all that absolutely on point. I just call her too stilty off of both ends of her skeleton. I like the 1 and 5, much like the last class. The one that goes in 5th is very, very similar. They got all the intangibles. They just kind of play out in their top line. They don't come together quite as well. They're not quite as flat back. They need to blend and tie just a shot better in their ham-loin junction. Young lady that comes out here next catches a pin right away. It's that view that you end up probably not admiring quite as much in terms of just base of her chest, knee to ground. She needs busted open there, and you get to studying her going away there. She's a little rounder about her pin set. She'll kind of drag her hind leg a little more than I term ideal in this particular setting. Young man's got one that's very, very dressed and pressed from the side, high-headed, naturally tall at the point of her shoulder. I got to train her up front in terms of just foot quality there. Young man's got another one in terms of those guys that want to talk about long hair. She's got it. She just got to blend and combinate better. She's got to be bolder about her midrib. The young kids that are coming out here next, young man's got one that you like in terms of just spread and width up high. Got to be more comfortable. Young lady's got one that's naturally tall-shouldered, round rib kind of get a little more forward in terms of her blade, intensify her front ankle and foot. Young lady's got another one. I think in body composition gets you pretty fired up. You set her into motion. She sees straight off of both ends of her skeleton. Good class. Let's give those kiddos a round of applause as they head on out. another good class, and there's several of them still left out here, and we're going to sound like a broken record. You know, some of them just got to blend and combine a shot better, you know, and some others just starting to show a little more condition at this particular stage than I term ideal, but still, we got quality animals out here. Let's put our hands together for these kiddos as they leave us. Here again, I think cookie cutter in terms of just type and kind, present, shag, those extras in terms of density of rear leg, squareness of upper hip there, I think is a wash. And as I run by them there real quick, our class winner comes with just more chassis up front in terms of width of chest, front knee, and as that one goes to the surface, one that comes out, and once that young man gathers that gilt, one that you admire from that aspect. This one from the side is lethal, just in terms of presence, to have that kind of forearm shape, and then to have that tiny little attractive head on her. There again, defies logic, big square pin set in her. It's that view as she comes right at you. It doesn't open up with as much width as our class winner, but still a high quality kind of female. The 1 and 3, the longer the drive goes, begins to be a little more straighter off of her front end, and I just need to see that one go with a little more comfort. She comes with the bulk and density and size and elevation of the ones in 1 and 2 as we compare to the one there in 4. I like things about the 1 and 4. She's a little puffier than I term ideal as you compare them to the others there. She's a little rounder about her hip. Her body composition is absolutely on point. Young man's got her dialed in. When we talk skin and hair, it's that view as she drives right at you is where you're allowed to ding her and put her there in 4, but that's still a very, very good animal to be where she lands. The 1 and 5 comes out next and probably got some more added size and elevation than the one ahead of her there. I think as you watch this one, she too's got issues in terms of just where her foot placement is. She doesn't tie and blend quite as well in terms of her ham loin. You watch her rear hock there, especially her right one, how she wants to pivot and plant. It just becomes a little more issue-matic out here. I thought the one that comes next, if we can just stouten this one up, just in terms of front arm and front ankle, you can ride a long way with that one because I love how she pivots and plants. She's got a big booty, but still can handle, still keeps things in check. Awesome swoop to her midsection. We just got some with extra horsepower when we talk bone and foot ahead. I thought the gilt here that comes out next for the young man just kind of gave him fits, just kind of a little more of a deadhead, low head setting there. And then you watch her up front. She'll close just a shot more. She's a little more forward in terms of her blade set. And then as I analyze her off of her left hind leg, she's more hesitant, just doesn't want to flex her rear pastern quite as well, but still a very, very nice hog. Young lady's got one. I love the color pattern. I love that style. I love just the added elevation. That thing's got aggressive back shape. As much as we've seen here today, she flattens in terms of just her mid-rib and fore-rib there, but still a very good animal as well. Young man that comes out here next, he's got one that's probably a little better in that scenario. Just becomes more of an issue, a problem child in terms of just look and presence up front, just round her off of both ends of her skeleton. We can let these other ones out. Another good class. We got some glaring issues in terms of front feet and knee quality here, but let's put our hands together as these kiddos head on out. You know, it's been fun. It's been repetitive here at the end when we get to these, these classes. But I truly mean there's still quality hogs, that are out here. And who's to say that some of these things can't go home and raise those ones that are going to make the next generation better? Because we got some stouties in here that just need to be a little more trendier about their look. We got some of those others that, maybe just haven't matured into their body yet. But still, let's show these kids appreciation. You guys have done it all day with a round of applause as they leave us. plus quality, like we've stated all day. Down the line here, probably just not quite as fresh in terms of appearance up front, and then we just got some knee issues there, but still good quality females. Let's put our hands together for these kiddos as they leave us. Again, took a little more time, maybe comes with a little more challenges, and I told this young man here that's going to win this particular class, I said, hey, I'm going to leave you out here, get that thing, revved up out here, because that thing comes with some neat parts and pieces, just in terms of density. You get up on top of that one. That one's packing a lot of heat. She's flat back, she's attractive, she's fat forearm, big front ankle, awesome in terms of just how big her front toes are, and she's one to me. Sometimes this can be good or bad when you leave one out here like this. I thought she's either got it or she don't. The longer the drive goes, she got better there. Very, very nice kind of one to start our class. I thought the one, maybe not, I told Evan, maybe just not dressed and pressed just quite yet. She's a little duller in terms of just her skin tone here. I didn't see that one being quite as expressive up high as the other ones, but I told Evan, I said, hey, that's a good animal in my opinion. Yeah, she doesn't come with all the cosmetics and the leg flare and all that, but she's got a motivated rear leg. She's got a big engine. She's comfortable because where her shoulder blade sets, just how she positions her rear foot, I think is so much more ideal than the ones that stand in 4 and 5. I thought her shoulder blade placement was better than the 1 and 3. I like things about the 1 and 3. I think rear 2/3, you can get pretty fired up for this guy. It's just up front is where I get more critical on her in terms of blade set and just how she wants to tie in her neckline and just where she's at in terms of just her knee column there. But hey, that thing's revved up and ready to rock and roll in terms of just body condition, skin and hair, presentation, all those things absolutely on point. The ones in 4 and 5 is close because I think they passed the eye test because both of them got great big rear legs, they got shape, and they look like the ones we've been trying to use here today. It's just when you put them into motion, they come with, where you can get a little more critical on them. The 1 and 4, we got to be better up front in terms of knee. I thought just her top line was more secure than the one that goes in 5. The 1 and 5 will run downhill just a shot more. They look like a pair of litter mates to me, just in terms of those kind of things. It's just those little glaring holes that allows us to put them there in 4 and 5. The one that goes in 6, on the stand, she'll take an awesome picture just because she's got a big forearm, neat skull and jawline. It's that view. She comes right at you and get a little more critical on her, just in terms of just the stoutness of her front foot. And then as I analyze her going right directly away from me, she wants to do a little more shuffling, wants to go east and west instead of north and south. Young lady's got another one. She's done an excellent job today presenting these things. I love the front 2/3 of this particular gilt. I love where her shoulder blade hits there. I love the comfortability up front. She'll take a good range and reach off of her rear too. To me, as you analyze her coming and going, is where she becomes a little more issuematic in terms of width up front. She get a little shorter and steeper about her upper hip. We can go ahead and let some of these others out here. About the young man with the shaggy-haired one with the traditional belt. That one offers a stoutness. Got to be better in terms of front foot. Young man's got one that's so good in terms of body composition. As you get to studying that one, just up front is where she becomes the most problematic in terms of knee set. Young lady rounds out the class here with an extra stout one in terms of bone and foot. She's got to be better in terms of just her crest and neckline. Good class, good way to end it. Let's give those kiddos a big round of applause.
Coming out of your first class, a Division II, Maddie McLean, bred by Goss Livestock. Coming out of
Well, we still got a decent crowd here, so just a few more times, let's put our hands together for these kiddos that we have out here. It's been an excellent drive, and here again, as we just stand back, and Evan alluded to, here again, these things complement each other. They're so close in terms of their type and kind, and just how they're put together. They're stout, they're mobile, they're attractive. Their hind legs are all built to, withstand time, and their future sow prospects. And as you analyze them, hey, there's a lot of money out here. It's expensive. I'm sure it costs a lot of money to get them here, but hey, these things are good, and that's what makes it fun, is to come and compete against your buddies, and it makes it interesting. I think it's been an absolutely incredible division as you look at them here. I guess for us is one hits me just in terms of having the extras, in terms of stoutness. I absolutely dig in on the forehead spread of what's going to be our champion. You get up on top of her, she's got as much aggressive shape and turn to her loin edge as any. Stays mobile, stays sound, everything fits and balances. Young lady, you got it. Congratulations.
Coming out of class number 12, your grand champion, Division II, Dark Commercial Gilt, is Addison Thomas.
Well, we thought that champion was extra good, and you can make a case for several of these for reserve, and this is the last time you'll have to hear me on this particular division. And just to talk them real quick, young lady's got one that comes out second in that class, got on that one up front. In terms of just her footpath as she comes right at you, hey, we like this young man's belted gilt going right across there the way, and she beat some very, very good ones in there, and I'm sure she's, we're going to be able to shake that young man's hand here in a few moments. As you talk her there, you get up on top of her, she's a little more bland in terms of just her shape up high. At times she'll want to shuffle just a little more out of her upper hip. The big gilt, we like a great deal just in terms of mass and stoutness. As you compare to some of these others out here, maybe just a nickel past her prime, but I like so many things about her in terms of her density. We'd change just her front foot set just a little bit. The little gilt that wins that first class, that view going away I think's awesome. We turn around, come right at you. You get a little more critical on her, and you can criticize her in terms of footpath coming right at you. And then to talk the young lady here coming right at me, that view of her's awesome. View from the side is very, very good. As we compared her to that champion, maybe not quite as crisp up top, but we like that one second best. Congratulations to that young lady.
Reserve overall, Division II, Dark Crossbred Gilt goes to Gabby Anthony, bred by Kirkpatrick and Miguel Shopigs. That is out of class number 11.
recognize those as well as the reserves. We're going to do a little presentation out here in the ring. That will be followed by the top 5 overall purebred gilts. Then there will be the top 5 overall commercial gilts. We will need the light crosses, Division 1 and Division 2 dark crosses all together for the top 5 overall commercial gilts that will follow the Grand Purebred Drive.
That's 74 people asked me that in the last 2 minutes.
Gilts of the 2024 Oklahoma Bred Swine Expo. Once again, let's give our judge Seth Keplinger and his assistant a big round of applause. Coming out first, our champion Berkshire Gilt, exhibited by Miss Haley Townsend of the Tecumseh FFA.
Leave it kind of low. Yeah, just so he's over it more.
Our champion Chester Gilt, exhibited by Miss Ember Bell of the Caney Valley FFA. Our champion Durock Gilt, exhibited by Miss Kennedy Clark of the Minko FFA. Our champion Hampshire Gilt, exhibited by Miss Madison Walker of the Red Oak FFA. Our champion Hereford Gilt, exhibited by Riley Furr of the Blanchard FFA. Our champion Landrace Gilt, exhibited by Connor Imhoff of the Prague 4-H. Our champion Poland Gilt, exhibited by Bray Wright of the Waukomis FFA. Our champion Spot Gilt, exhibited by Summer Prince of the Garber FFA. And last but not least of our purebred gilts, the champion Yorkshire Gilt, exhibited by Madison Walker of the Red Oak FFA. Let's give a big round of applause to all our champion purebred exhibitors out here.
Well, you kiddos can park them for just a minute. I'm not going to try to get too long-winded, but I'm going to do a few housekeeping things first. First off, for COBA, the OBSE, I know you guys got two little, initials in front of those. It's been an honor and a privilege to come in here. I know you guys kind of vote upon judges. So first off, I want to thank you, the people that, took the time to vote for me and be able to give me the chance to do so. It's been absolutely incredible from when we walked in here. When me and Evan walked in here and we perched up over there, he said, wow, what a venue. And I know you guys are in your adolescent stages of developing this show, but this is absolutely incredible. The crowd's here, the show has been good, and so many times when I go into a grand drive, it's real simple for me because I normally know in my head which ones are going to win. It's a little tougher out here, to be honest with you, because the quality has been absolutely excellent today, and so that's hats off to you guys, to you kiddos, and all those things. So let's put our hands together for these kids, the facilities, these young people working back here. I told Evan, I said, hey, we didn't have very many hiccups. I said, I don't know if any of the kids at the table are under or over the age of 25. That's pretty impressive. And I know they've all grown up in this kind of environment with agriculture. And so that's, that's a testament to what you guys are doing into the state of Oklahoma. Not only are your pigs been good, your kids have been absolutely excellent. At times I was absolutely bombarded by 20 kids that got the gate. And they still came over here to shake my hand. I told the young guys over there, I said, man, I don't know if my 17-year-old, if they got beat, got the gate, would come over and shake my hand. But so many times they came over. So that's a testament to you guys as parents and all those things. So it's been fun. One thing I'm going to do is do a little housekeeping. I'll get a little longer-winded. We'll be a little shorter. I want to thank my parents, obviously, every time for, allowing me to live my dream as a kid. Because I wanted to be a full-time pig farmer, and my parents were always supportive. Maybe at times they thought, hey, this is a little far-reaching to be a full-time pig farmer, especially in the show pig industry. So thank you to them. Thanks to Kinsey for all she does at home and helping with the kiddos and me. My two little ones, I always tell people, hey, there's two people on this earth that always bring a smile to my face, and that's my Claire and Clinton. To Eli, I'm sure he's watching. I got his best buddy to the right of me here that came and helped me today. He'll tell us we got it wrong. I told guys at Georgia, believe me, I know some of you probably think I got it wrong. My 17-year-old will tell me I got it wrong. So I'm pretty thick-skinned when you got a 17-year-old tells you if you make mistakes. Last but not least, the boys at home. They've been absolutely incredible, and CJ, Lane, and Hunter, to keep everything rolling. We're selling pigs, we're farrowing, we're breeding back, everything's going on at once, judging shows in between that, and then to Evan Henry. Evan is one of the most modest kids I've ever met in my life. I had to write his bio because he wasn't going to tell it. This is a young man that I met when he was probably 12 or 13 years old. And it kind of gives me goosebumps because how far he has come. He's not going to ever tell you how great he is. I think he's one of the true talents in this industry, and he's somebody in the next 20 years, he will be recognized. Us as adults, we have to appreciate those young people that have that kind of talent. Kid's been he's been an incredible basketball player. To me, he's somebody that means more than just somebody that's a herdsman or feed consultant or anything like that. He's definitely what I consider he's like family. He's my fourth kid. I spend more time with him than anything, so it's been an absolute blast to get the opportunity to come judge with him, to somebody that I truly appreciate their input. So many times we see assistant judges and they don't even listen really, but he is somebody that I truly am very blessed and fortunate to have in my life. He's been my son's best friend for several years, so I want you guys to give him a big round of applause for stepping in here with me here today. I'm I'm going to leave you kids with this because I know it's getting the heat into your show season. And when I was at Georgia the other day, I got a little long-winded and I kind of didn't have a grand drive speech. I'm never prepared for anything. Anybody that knows me knows that I'm probably a little more unprepared when it comes to things like this. But I will tell you kids this. You guys have been great today, but you kids, for future, as you're going into it, sometimes the toughest criticism, the things that may hurt your feelings, if these guys in the back, your ag teachers, your breeders and all those, some of those things will hurt your feelings when they say, hey, you need to do more of this. It's called constructive criticism. Please take it. And when those people, those adults, those people that genuinely care about you, want to see you do better, take it in full swing. I know at times I've given him constructive criticism, and I genuinely think that's what's made him as good and as talented as he has, because he's taken it. He hasn't dwelled on it. He's built off of it, and that's what's made him great. And that's what I want you kids to do today. Some of you that were 7th, 8th in class, hey, get after it. If somebody says, hey, you got to do this, you got to do that, do it. They're not doing it to just tell you that. They want you to win as much as you do. So one more time, let's put our hands together. We're going to get you a champion. Thank you again.
Comes out of the Spot Gilt Division, Miss Summer Prince of the Garber FFA. The breeder of your spot is Murrow Farms. Let's give a big congratulations to the exhibitor and the breeder.
You got to hear me on the mic for the purebred division. When that Spot Gilt came out, and I said this about one in Georgia, I truly believe that thing looked like she came from the land of make-believe. That's a 2024 model in terms of just bone and density, to get one sharp looking up front and just so dense and pliable, and then yet at the same time to keep everything in check. We thought she was unique. I'll go ahead and have Evan select your reserve grand. Here again, we'll shake hands for the top 5 overall.
And Purebred Gilt comes out of the Spot Division, Mr. Tanner Frankie of the Covington Douglas FFA. Her breeder is Murrow Farms. Congratulations to both the exhibitor and the breeder. Is your champion Duroc, exhibited by Kennedy Clark and the Minko FFA. Breeder of the Duroc is Winter Livestock. Congratulations to both. Your champion Berkshire, exhibited by Haley Townsend of the Tecumseh FFA, bred by Whittington Show Pigs. Congratulations to both the breeder and the exhibitor of the 4th overall. That brings in our reserve Berkshire, Miss Macy Walker of the Red Oak FFA. Rock exhibited by Bray Wright of the Waukomis FFA, bred by Mollet Genetics. Let's give a big round of applause to all the breeders and exhibitors in the top 5 overall purebred gilt.
Bray Wright.